Let's watch.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, I'll slip.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
I mean shining.
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, I'll slip.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
For what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
There's lots of cameras. There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home, and then he's never seen again.
Didn't he take out the garbage or do something?
Yeah, the trash out. Mm-hmm.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave.
Ever again. No.
Now, let's talk about that night. When is, because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out. When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought
Early
it was
evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No,
but no?
Saturday he was at Costco. And we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah, so the last place he went before he went home was Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, the people that weren't related.
Right.
To Sebastian.
Right.
Okay. And again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom, and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything, honestly.
Okay.
They've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen. Okay.
at his job site at
On Monday.
5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well-respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. I see a whole bunch of people in chat tonight, so it's nice to see all of you. Hey, Margaret, Rob Beanie. I got Minnie, Lori, Lil Red. I saw Lil Red in the beginning there. Gracie, too. I got Trishy. Thank you, Trishy, about the music. I really like it. I paid for a site that just gives me whatever music, the instrumental, and it's really good. And then we have Star, Show Poodles, Jocelyn, Red Eye to LAX, Boston, and then I have former PI. And I wanted to say, Trishy, the former PI, Chloe is a wealth of knowledge. I agree. She really is. And then they say Margaret, Rob Beanie. Good to see all of you guys. Good to see all of you guys. So tonight I just started out with a really quick clip. I wanted to go over some of what Chloe said, and then when Chris comes in, he talks about, he says he's going to get Bobby and Carter on the phone and they can have this little effing powwow right now. And so that's where we leave off. But that's what is said at the, when we go into Justin's video. So we're going to do Web Sleuths and then Justin's video, because Justin received an email from a local person who was asking questions to Carter himself. And so it was nice and refreshing to hear some updates there. So I wanted to play those for you. Hey, Sandy, and that sort of thing. So let's go ahead. Well, I guess we can go into the first clip because I already played it. But so February 26th is a weird day for Chris because there's still a lot of questions. So he supposedly was at the job site. Some are saying 5:30. That's what Chloe was saying, about 5:30. But then we've also heard a lot about just different time frames too, and that he was actually not up in the crane yet because they hadn't started yet. So Silver's on the scene went through that. Thank you. It's a dress, Gracie. It's like, I'll show you guys. It's like a flowy dress, and it's got frilly, but it's kind of cold tonight, so I'm wearing a sweater tonight because it's cold. But it's got like You can see them pop. I don't know. They pop out over here, but this one's pretty good. It's like, it's weird. Anyway. But thank you, Gracie. Where do I shop at anywhere pretty much online. I got this dress online. And some of the dresses that I wore are kind of old, like the black one. That one's so old. It's just a regular black dress. And then I just wear a cardigan with it. Even better, Gracie says. But so we got some discrepancies, of course. I mean, that's all we really get on that side is discrepancies, you know, so it's hard to kind of follow that. But then on the night before, on February 25th, I guess somebody said that Chris was in fact at the campsite where he had his RV parked, and he was there at 8 p.m. So we have that timeline back then, and that was back in April that they did the Web Sleuths interview. So we have that, and then let's see. Okay, nobody cleared, but nobody suspects. And then they talk about the lie detector test. Now, Chloe PI had a lot. Well, she got a lot of information. They had her and Heather PI both had a meeting with the former sheriff, Sonny Weatherford. So it was back then when he was still alive. And so basically, that was the gist of that clip. I found it interesting that he was willing to sit down and talk with the PIs. I don't know if Cryptic is that, willing to do that. I'm not sure. Allegedly. Oh, Sandy says, yeah, you said that who is CP's alibi? It was some drunk guy. I don't know. Yeah, that was the drunk guy that was like, yeah, he was here. But it's kind of like, yeah, allegedly that happened. But I wonder, I don't know. I wonder if there were any other people that were staying there, like from his crew or construction people that were staying there, because he did tell Terry Lynn that a lot of the guys do that. So if that was a typical thing that a lot of the guys did they stay at similar campgrounds and things like that? Is a question. Oh, thank you, Path. Thank you so much. The Path. That is wonderful. Good evening. Thank you so much. And so, yeah, that's a really good point, Sandy. I know so his alibi is real shady. And then also it was kind of debunked in part. Well, I think it was debunked. That's my opinion, by Silver's on the scene. He went and spoke with people also at Easy Days. He was not at Easy Days, according to what Silver says. And I don't have any reason not to believe him. I have reasons to believe not to believe Chris. So that's my problem there. But Star says somebody in Florida said that they were expecting ice. Oh no, it wasn't me. I hope not. I hope it's not here. Oh my gosh, what did I do? Bring the ice with me or something from Missouri? Good Lord. Snow on Tuesday? Oh my goodness, Gracie. If it snows here, I'll shit myself because I did not prepare for that. I do still have winter stuff though. I didn't get rid of my winter stuff, so I do have winter stuff if it does. Hey Lori, good to see you. She says, yep, star weather since we could get ice, maybe snow on the beach. Really? That's wild. If that happens, I will take a picture and show you guys. I really will. Sandy said, played the audio of the guy who was his alibi. Oh, okay. I never actually heard that, I don't think. Oh, wait. Yes, I did. I lied. Yeah, the drunk guy alibi. He wasn't very convincing. Yeah, I did hear that one. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Yeah, so let's see here. I'm trying to catch all you guys. Now I was thinking that I was going to miss comments since Chief said I was missing comments last night. Little Red says we're getting, oh, you guys are expecting snow too? Oh my gosh. All this snow. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and play the next clip, the path. I would, because I would not expect that. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't expect it. So, all right, guys, I will be. Hey, Holly. Yes, I will be right back after we play this fourth here.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said. But yes, I know he made that statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media. And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. So,
and I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say, but
he's never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
And will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right. And he got a lot of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
It means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi, Kitty.
This is Boo-da-Boo. He's a good boy. Crystal Piesky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things like that the police have checked everywhere. You would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. But again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up,
right?
And it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition up. Yes.
Seth, yeah. Seth has petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved, but he wants them to take over. I think he's just frustrated. Which I understand,
right?
Because we haven't had any results,
Right.
So I understand his frustration, and I think that's really it. Is he wants another jurisdiction to take over? I mean, above TBI and Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved, and I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well. So, but his goal is to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good, and I don't blame him. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing. nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that. And it's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I've seen it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you that's saying this, you know? Right,
exactly. And that, again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question. And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night. But supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring cameras.
I mapped, you know, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m. For Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time because it was chaos.
Okay, guys, I bet it was chaos. That probably was really tough to get through all that. So she did map out the first 11 minutes of the call. So they were saying, you know, which addresses. And so she went to those and mapped it out, which would be really awesome. I don't know. I hope Seth has all that information because that would be really, really useful. Gracie, I hope that you guys don't get so much snow. I didn't know you guys were under a state of emergency because of all your snow. And I also wanted to say hi to Poppy Love and Kaika. Good to see you both. Let's see here. So there were a lot of frogs in the beginning, and it was kind of hard to hear. I saw Margaret throw up the frogs. So no one really prepared for what they were going to hear, I don't think, because what she was saying about certain things like the camper, like let's just say that we were wondering about how the camper was checked by law enforcement. Did they look through the camper? Were they able to really verify where Chris was? I'm assuming they did at some point or another, but I don't know. I don't think it was the drunk guy, Sandy. I really don't. But then they were also talking about did they look through the camper and look for any signs that Sebastian would have been in the camper? And I think the answer is no. But Trisha was saying that she assumes that they did, which I don't like to assume that they did because I don't know for sure. And I really don't believe that they were treating it as they should have. So he may have been able to clean up the camper or switch it out. There was the 17 hours that was unaccounted for. So that's always something to consider. But a real wealth of knowledge in this. Also, they were blaming social media for, all of the fuckery in the case, basically. They were saying that there was a lot going on, basically, that it was because of social media, but I don't think that's necessarily true because we've seen a lot of cases that have gone really crazy in the media, and then just with citizen sleuths, people going out to court cases, things like that. There was the Stevie Stainer case, and they did a made-for-TV movie even about it, but he was taken and abducted by a man who eventually he was essaying this boy, and he grew up, and then he ended up getting another little boy, and then he saved that little boy's life, and he wasn't harmed in any way. So, but he was kind of a big hero after he was found because he was missing for so long, and then they found him. The man colored his hair, did everything he could to change his appearance and all of that. So, but they were telling the parents because he was in trouble with his parents whenever but he was walking home from school when he was taken. And either way, the parents were being blamed for this, and the police officers were telling them, like, be careful of your mail because people might be sending you stuff that you don't want to receive, type of a thing. So it's gone on for a long time. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you. It's gone on for a long time. G of Twins, good to see you. Um, you know, so it's, I don't think it's uncommon and it's not new. It's probably a lot more easy to get to people through social media, no doubt. So that's what they were going. Star says it does that if you don't refresh it, I guess. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to read that one. I thought you were. Thank you, Ginger Girl. Good to see you. Good to see everybody coming in. I'm sorry if I miss anybody. Just holler at me. Okay, I'm going to play the next clip. So here we go.
But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And they were, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all. Crazy.
That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First, chewing on his.
Expect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah, they're the dogs and the frogs. That's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or no?
And Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So Chris was not.
He wasn't
not there.
He wasn't there. So anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. Probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. It's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, but it does depend on like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street, which, these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I mean, I wouldn't think they're more than like a quarter acre. So they're not large.
Right.
So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah, that, I don't know. I just, this doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. As somebody pointed out in chat, let's just say hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in the house?
So she parks in the garage, always. But I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point, I would assume, you know.
I mean, we know she drove through the high school, like she said. Right.
So, but, so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No,
okay. Detached. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically,
right,
we could put somebody in there and take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I mean, I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if the headlights were off.
Okay, guys. So Chloe says some interesting things here. If the headlights were off, she says, then there may have not been detection on the cameras. So of Katie's leaving. So if she just kind of went through the neighborhood without any, but then again, she does say that she can see in front of herself when she's walking around the neighborhood without a flashlight. So it is kind of a little bit, I mean, it's all open to interpretation because it's Chloe's perspective, right? She's just kind of letting us know what it is that what it is that she saw from her perspective. So, hey Gigi, nice to see you. And then she goes into that with the garage, with Katie parking in the garage, that it is possible that, you know, Sebastian could have been in the vehicle and nobody saw him go in because they pulled right into the garage and then went in through the garage door to the house. And so it's kind of up in the air for me. But I do think the flashlight video is really important. So I do think that Sebastian made it home because I do believe the flashlight video and then someone going back, that's where I'm really stuck. There isn't any indication that Sebastian didn't make it home, but then there isn't one that he, you know, to the contrary. So that's what's difficult. Did they forget something and need to go back? But then again, there were two light sources. So every time I kind of try to play devil's advocate, it's like it always goes back to the people coming from their house, allegedly, and the light sources, and then one light source going back. That's what always gets me. Yes, Lori, me too. It just always gets me. I can't help it. So it's frustrating. Somebody asked earlier in the chat, and I saw it. The Web Sleuths interview is going to be on, I have my little paper here, April 27th, 2024. So 62 days into Sebastian's disappearance. And I saw a comment up here. Star says, G of Twins, I firmly believe CP thinks he's super duper smart, super duper smarter than the rest of us. Yeah, I agree with that, Star. And he reminds me of the criminals who drop hints about their crimes to prove their superiority, in my opinion. I couldn't agree with that more because he does that in a lot of the interviews. And you can also see sometimes that he gets that duper's delight on his face where he's like, yep, got this. And he also expresses it verbally, like he did on Smiley's. Like he's like, ask me another hard question and get, where are these hard questions at? I'm not trying to be rude, but where are these hard questions? He just kind of loves to flaunt it, and he doesn't got it, so he shouldn't flaunt it. But that's just my opinion. Gia Twin says, I remember CP talking about Summer, and yes, it just made me cringe. I think he watched the true crime and thought he could get away with this, in my opinion. Yes, Gia Twins, I agree with that. I can't believe that he was actually researching all of these cases. That is really, it's bizarre. It's, not that, I mean, he's a person too, I get it, but it's just so bizarre that he would do that. And Gracie says, what did Chloe say about locking the door again? That Sebastian locks the door behind himself, and that it was like a red flag for her to, because Katie almost says things beforehand and makes it, as in, she told Smiley he locks the door behind himself. She also told Nancy Grace he locks the door behind himself. So it's almost like she tries to set that up as like a piece of everything, so that way people believe it, in my opinion, because she does that a couple of times. And I know I know there's some things I don't agree with Chloe, but she got a lot of information, and then also she went and did some research on her own, just going around the neighborhood. So let's see. Sebastian locked the door. That's what I wrote that one down. Gracie. And nice neighbor. Okay, so yeah, she said it was a really nice neighborhood, which we all know kind of what it looks like because we've seen it a bunch of times. And then also Chloe said that she thinks he could make it through the neighborhood undetected. That's the part I didn't agree with, because I don't see how he wouldn't have been caught on some kind of cameras, even though, because there wasn't, let's just say there wasn't a lot of activity in the neighborhood that we know about. Basically, it seemed like a pretty quiet night, except for there was an Uber driver in the morning, but everything happened kind of after 3 a.m. in the neighborhood. But somebody did get picked up to be taken to the airport, too, at some point. And then the garbage truck came through, and all of that. So, and Gracie says, I don't understand that since the door is supposed to be locked automatically with the push button lock. Yeah, exactly. Like they had the digital lock, so, or the, the little code. And so absolutely, it's not, I don't think they had to put the code in to lock the door back. I think it just automatically did it, so I know it's weird. It's so weird. I know those locks have memory, Gracie. I wish they would do an audit on the locks. Oh my gosh, that has been one thing that really has bugged me since Katie said they were digital locks. Because even like working at hotels and stuff like that, you can do audits on the locks. That's how we, that people get caught kind of like taking rooms when they're vacant, because if the boss knows about it, they can do an audit on the locks and see who made room keys for what room and everything, because it's all digital. I don't think so. I don't think they did check the locks. I know, and that's what's crazy about it. It's like there's so many like little nuggets of things that like, and because there's so many things. Just going back through these interviews is like, wow, I cannot believe that they didn't audit those locks, try to see who's used them, what the activity was, how many people, could have used it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of knowledge in there that they just kind of missed. And also the camper, or the fifth wheel, so it's just, Margaret. Lil Red says, we have no street lights in our neighborhood either. Our lots are large, like 100 feet wide and 200 feet long. And the reason I am giving size because our Ring cameras pick up everything. You can see it. Yeah, see, I mean, like the infrared part was interesting too, Lil Red, because a lot of times those are made for like distance and clarity at night, because that's really when you want a camera, because a lot of times neighbors watch out for each other. And if somebody sees something fishy, it's also good to catch people stealing, the porch pirate people. But either way, it's, yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Someone should have picked him up on camera. If there was footage of him, I think that they would have had it. It's unbelievable that they didn't, because even the way the neighborhood set up where their house is situated, there, either way he would go, there would be neighbors or somebody around that has cameras. The neighbors that live the closest to the Proudfeet, if you're looking at their house on the left, they have several vehicles. So I would think that they would want to keep those, secure and everything like that. So, yeah, it's crazy, guys, with the door locks. I can't believe they didn't do it. You guys are eating strawberries. Trishy says, I wonder if KP could have deleted data if he was a security tech. Excuse me, KP could have done it, Katie. I think that she is very smart and tech savvy from what people have said. So I think that there's a strong possibility, even with the jammers. The jammers was another thing that I thought if she wanted to, she could do that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. But then I don't know. We don't have any proof. I'd like to know that. Hey, Chief, good to see you. Yeah, Little Red. I mean, it's just like, if you want to send a picture of your yard, I could show people, but I mean, it's like, I don't know. It depends on the camera system, but we're not dealing with a neighborhood, and that's just going back to what Chloe said. They live in a nice area. They live in a nice house. So for nobody's cameras to pick him up, I can't see it. If somebody gave me proof to the contrary, I would look at it definitely, but I just can't, with good faith, say that, Gracie. I can't with good faith say that, you know what I mean? Ooh, a strawberry festival in May. Ooh, that sounds good. G of Twins says Gracie's gavel. I thought it was weird that they didn't want to talk about the locks, but now that you said that it's digital, it makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. It's you can go back and look at those things. See, that'll give us a record. And it's important. I don't know why they have not done that. I really don't. Star says she was an interior communications electrician in the Navy. She's super smart, guys. She really is, when it comes to tech. And that is a difficult thing to do, I think. I mean, I'm a little tech savvy, but with all those numbers and stuff, like sometimes it hurts my brain. I can't with it. Trishy says, I wish we had info on the job descriptions and trainings she had specific to these security locks, cameras, etc. I know. And like even, and I'm going to mention it again. I got, somebody came in here and trolled me for it. But like what Aiden was saying about her, obviously being at a Brinks and working at Brinks and everything like that, that she would probably have an extensive knowledge of it. And you'd think that she would want to share it, knowing that her son is out there missing, and to do everything that, because obviously we all do that. If we've done something, it was a specialty for a long time, you tend to talk about it even and be like, yeah, I understand this about this, and whatever the field is that you were in. So yeah, it's very odd that she doesn't, Trishy, that's for sure. And Margaret says we also have, German festival in October. That's cool. See, I'd love all those festivals. I'd go. And Geo Twin says, if there's so many, or if there's no way that homes in the price range don't have any security cameras at all. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that there's no security cameras. It's just too nice of an area. I agree. I know Jocelyn says Margaretstown sounds fun. It does. It does. Star says an example of one of her responsibilities, installing telephone and other communications circuits, boxes, switchboards, bell buzzers, systems. Oh, good Lord. That makes my head hurt. I don't want to have to install anything like that. I don't want to install anything like that ever. And I sure, I won't say that. That was going to be mean. That was going to pop out right there. Margaret says most of it, people just don't know how to drive anymore. Oh no, yeah, really, Margaret. People do not. People, I think that's everywhere across the board. People are in a big old hurry though, a lot too. So, okay, I'm gonna play the next clip for us, guys.
Well, but again, if she, like she said, she drove at some point. She drove by the high school or whatever.
Right, it was daylight at that point.
Daylight. Yeah. Well, yeah. So she could have, put something in her trunk or put something in her car.
I mean, at that point, within minutes, if not already, police were called when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Let's see. Web sleuths, hold on. Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes, no.
Okay. But we don't know if the police have collected them or anything, right?
We don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So let's go back to the Proudfoot house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up. Do you know what the police have done inside that house to search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times by officers. They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff, to make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time, because I was trying to build a rapport, but about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big question.
To my knowledge,
they use luminol.
They have not done that.
Tattooed Mama said, any update on the Ken Davis post? And I don't know who Ken Davis is.
I know what she's talking about.
About having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true. But the Ken Davis post is not the first time that's been brought to me.
So again, and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police, we have to have at least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things and they are, doing the searches and searching the house and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs, absolutely. I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs.
Okay.
I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but they have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
Right. So have they hit on anything, your cadaver dogs, at all?
No.
Okay, so let's start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of the way. Let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And then
it's completely possible, honestly.
It is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
You know? So, I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did he eventually take one with the TBI?
I think he did.
And he said he passed it. Is that correct?
He said he passed it. I have no confirmation of that. But I do think he took one.
Okay. And hi, Chasing. Good to see you, my dear. The story said, that's the story I understand. She already called Chris and was driving around searching while Chris called the police.
Right. I mean, their words were that she looked around the house for a few moments, went outside, got in her car, started driving around the neighborhood, drove over to the high school, which is Beach High School. And then Chris was the one who three-way called the sheriff's department, not 911, but the sheriff's department. And Katie said she was on mute.
Okay. So she was there and she heard it. Okay. But that's according to them. You haven't been able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release the missing persons report to us.
Why do you think that is? I mean, this doesn't make
a long time with Heather at Sumner County and put in records requests, talked to the sheriff, talked to several other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because...
I mean, it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless I have a missing persons report, especially adults.
Hey, Janet, good to see you. So basically, Chloe says she usually doesn't work these kinds of cases without getting a missing persons report, especially on it, you know, if it's an adult. And I do understand that because obviously sometimes people want to go someplace and they don't want to be found. An adult can, you know, make that distinction, but a child can't. And so, but it is weird that she couldn't get that report. So that was even under Sonny Weatherford. He was not releasing those details, even though they did make requests for information, but they didn't receive that. So Trishy says, then why would Edgar need to call KK to tell her to go back to the house if they were on a call together? Yeah, Trishy. And another thing is, why was Katie muted? Like, that is so weird to me. You know, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird too that she didn't automatically call 911 like the minute that she knew that he wasn't around the house, at least. Like, 'cause she said she ran around the house and then she ran outside. Bobby, the neighbor, says she did talk to someone about the crawl space, their crawl space, and just to make sure he wasn't in there. So I don't know why she wouldn't have called frantically to 911. Like, that would have been my first initial thought. But then it's really weird that she was on mute too. So yeah, it's strange. Poppy Love says, has anyone heard from this sorry, from CB Socks after she might have been or seen or heard about the note from Nina's daughter? I figure not. What that was posted on her Facebook page where friends and clients could you see. You know, Poppy, I didn't get any kind of notifications about that or anything. I didn't go looking around either today, but you know, I did read the letter that Clue wrote Sebastian, which I thought was really strange and odd. If she's clapping back at a little kid, that's pretty bad. It was kind of a bit of a heartfelt seemed like no, and it, you know, like it seemed like she was trying to be kind of saying that that Katie and Chris were both grieving and so was Seth, and that was basically the gist of it. But I think they were doing it kind of because she wrote that And that was weird. But yeah, I don't know what, if anything, Kathy has said back to. I hope she didn't say anything to her. I really do. Um, Hey, Sandy, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Good to see you. Chief says, let's see, KP data specialist, telecommunications security analyst. The list goes on. Camera, video, audio, in other words, capable of you name it. Wow, I wouldn't underestimate possibilities. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, she's super smart when it comes to that kind of stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past her. That's why it's just very odd that she wouldn't be pushing for all of that to be done, like the audit on the locks, the cameras, things like that. She's very I don't even know if the word would be nonchalant, but she's definitely just kind of allowing for things to happen, just like putting herself on mute. That was really strange. Absolutely strange. Trishy says, so weird, all of it. That's why we don't believe them, in my opinion. Exactly. It just doesn't add up when it's not gelling. It's not Jello. It's just it just doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, so Poppy, she wrote Cluminante wrote a letter to Sebastian, and was like, "Dear Sebastian, your mom is heartbroken and she misses you and everything. She goes in your room and she cries and stuff, and she's really upset and lost without you." And then, kind of told him that he would have liked to seen all of this stuff that's going on. Some of it would make him happy, cry, sad, laugh, da da da. But then she said that Mr. Chris, even though he won't admit it and that he's never shown us any kind of emotion, that he does have emotion, and that he's just being a real man, not showing his emotions. And I don't agree with that. But because I think it takes a really strong man to show his emotions or to say something bothers him, or, something like that. And then she goes on to say how Seth misses him, and then she hopes that she gets to meet him and stuff like that. So it wasn't like a mean letter, but I think it was ill-timed, and maybe even it was weird, her writing that. I heard SF wrote one too. Yeah, Clue wrote, she put it on her community post, Trishy. You could see it on the community post. Yeah, it was weird. It's weird. If it was a clapback at Nina's daughter, I mean, I don't know how much more respect I can lose, but yeah. Yeah, it was a weird letter, right, Sandy? It was like it was strange. It was like and just ill-timed, because I think that she should let that little girl have her moment to have her letter heard and not vie for attention. That's the problem with Cluminante. She really likes all that attention. It really gets her revved up. And Lori says Clue wrote to Sebastian. Did I hear that right? She did. She wrote to Sebastian. Yeah, I wasn't trying to dump too much on you. Star. A letter to Sebastian telling him much of this. Oh yeah, pretty much like how much his mom loves him, how much just all of it, just basically how everybody loves him, like, which was nice. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it was strategic though, doing that so people couldn't. Well, I didn't say anything mean, or like people are hating on me for that, but I just, yeah, it ill-timed and tacky, like vying for attention. Just my opinion. And then an SF writes one. I haven't looked at it because I don't know. I'll probably need a little bit of cool down before I do that from reading her letter. Because if I read something snarky about that he wrote, I probably will get blocked, and he's probably gets satisfied by that. So Lori says we need to hear the letter Clue wrote. Oh my goodness, you guys want to hear it? I'll read it. She'll love the attention. We'll give her some, since that's what she was wanting. Let's see. Oh, sorry. That was my short. Oh, guys, and thank you so much to whoever went in and watched Crystal McCrory Jones's. Well, it was. I try not to say it was a call. It was a recorded interview with the sheriff there in West Carroll Parish, and it's in Louisiana. It was a really good call for us to understand, and then also I put in receipts, which a lot of these videos don't have that. Her sister did an amazing job gathering information and all of that stuff. So it made it really good and like, informative for the purposes of trying to figure out what happened. Let me see here. It takes me forever to get over there because I don't follow. Let's see. Oh, here it is. One day. So it was just one day ago. So, around the time that Faith's daughter came out and wrote her letter. And then I read that yesterday. So it says, "Dear Sebastian, I am Ricky." It's so weird. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. "I am Ricky. We have never met, and I can't say for sure we ever will. I wish you could be here and watch all of these people who love and care about you without them knowing you are watching. What you would see would probably shock you, make you smile, make you cry, make you rage with anger, make you laugh, etc. But since you are not here, I'm going to tell you what you're missing. Your mom is hurting." And she put an emoji in. She put like a little person, like, the little blonde lady. I put a brunette in mine, This is like a little emoji person. "Your mom is hurting. Actually, she's broken in my opinion. I know for a fact she goes into your room sometimes and just sits on your bed, touches your blankets, your toys, your shoes, and literally cries like a baby. Ugly crying with snot rolling and puffy cheeks. She probably looks crazy, but she is hurting. I have seen her try to be strong in front of people, and when she thinks no one is looking, she folds like a lawn chair and loses it. She will wipe her tears and force a smile again, and it is heartbreaking to watch. I mean, it's absolutely awful. I can talk to her on Monday and I can talk to her on Monday and she has found a reason to laugh, but when you check on her Wednesday, she's angry, crying, just asking over and over where the F is my child, where the F is my kid. I can't take this anymore. Mr. Chris is hurting. You can't see it on the outside all the time because he's doing the job of a man." And then she put a man emoji in there, a head, man head. It's just bizarre. "He is taking the brunt of the BS, so your mom has a safe place. But I will tell you a secret, Sebastian. Keep it between me and you. He has been alone in his truck, camper, crane, etc. And I promise you too, he cried like a baby with snot rolling and puffy eyes. He has never told me this. I just know," in all caps, "it's true because men are soft, just like the Nutella you like to sneak in the middle of the night. Great choice, by the way, but eat too much and you'll end up looking like me. Your dad is hurting. Your dad is angry. I can't blame him. All he knows is you were home on Sunday night, then Monday morning you were MIA, missing in action. That doesn't look good on your mom or Mr. Chris. I get it. I get the anger and frustration. I also get that he loves you. Truth be told, if it wasn't for his antics in the background, you would have never been trending on Twitter or made mainstream media headlines. So his anger hasn't been completely useless. Bottom line, you are loved. You are missed. There are even people out there you've met who now have permanent tattoos of you on their bodies. Yeah, that's hella creepy. Just smile and say cool and back away slowly. You are a special young man who has touched so many lives, and it's time for you to come home. I am personally writing this as a public plea and prayer that we will not be talking about you a month from now, because because you will be home with all three above mentioned people before you've been gone a whole year. And that's what she wrote, which the last part, I can't argue with the last part. I think that we all feel that way, even though there's a lot of drama attached to the case. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Gracie, I know. I'm trying to be nice, but honestly, the last part, I mean, I can't. I'm not gonna argue for the sake of arguing. For the sake of arguing, but the first couple parts, it was weird. I'm sorry, that was weird, but maybe that was her feels. Janet says, where is Sebastian, Katie? Exactly, Janet, exactly. Chief says, I will look up CP. Do we know CP's full birth name, date of birth? No. No, I don't. No, I do not know that information, but it's out there, I'm sure. I think he's the same age as me. Katie's the younger one of the bunch. I think Seth's a little bit older than I am. Sandy says it seemed very staged, kind of like Search by CP 10 months too late. I know, exactly. Or when they did the drone with SF, that was totally staged and felt just awkward. Awkward is Island. Good to see you. Good to see you. Wow, sounds like KP is speaking as Wi-Fi number 6. Wifey. Oh, sorry. Oh, I know. I don't know that. I did hear that. I did hear that. I did hear that. I can't confirm it, but apparently there's another apartment. Star says, yes, I read SF on X. I listened to Cluminante's on the other creators channel. Yeah, see, I haven't been able to do a whole lot of listening on any of the. Well, I haven't been on X either. I'm kind of scared to take a look at X. I don't know. Sandy says Christopher Andrew Proudfoot. Oh my goodness. It is crazy, Poppy. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to knock anybody for being in their feels. You guys know me. I'm like a big smushy mess half the time, but you know. Sandy, I'm like Ron Burgundy. Be popping that stuff up on the teleprompter now. Janet, it's all a distraction. It is, and it's frustrating too. It's frustrating because, her daughter just came out with the letter, and then Cluminante does that, and I'm like, why? What is the purpose? And you don't need any more attention. You got a lot, So Star says the fact that they both posted letters at the same time is odd. Yeah, let alone after Nina's daughter wrote one. I think it was a slap in the face and kind of like just a mean-spirited attempt to take the spotlight off of her and her voice and what she was trying to convey, because of course that's Cluminante will stick up for the feet. Those are her peeps, those are her people. So she'll stick up for them to the end. She does like drama, Margaret. She does. This is the same woman who uses vulgar, nasty talk during her live streams when she's covering his case. How phony. Exactly. I know. Like, I wouldn't want Sebastian to see her lives just because there's so much like cussing. There's a lot. There's too much. Nobody needs to see that. Ooh, TikTok ban upheld. Thank you, Gracie. Gracie's got breaking news over here. I didn't know what was going on with TikTok. Honestly, I haven't paid attention. Like, I have a TikTok, but I don't go on there. I need to step up my TikTok game, especially if, they're going to keep it open. And, or if they close it, it'd be nice for people to come over here. So, Janet, letters aren't going to bring Sebastian home. Praying for you. Yes, bring him home. Exactly, exactly. And two, I don't understand why none of them have held a vigil for Sebastian, but she's willing to write a letter and post it on her community wall. But why don't they get together and light the path green like they did, or put lights around a tree and, get some candles at nighttime and stand out there? There's a lot of things that they could do rather than just like kind of a desperate attempt to attack a little girl that was trying to tell her truth and her story. Meow, good to see you. Very good to see you. Yeah. Oh, you don't have an ex, Lori? You heard? I don't have an ex. I did hear the letter Nina's daughter wrote to Kathy. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's and it was really sad. I could barely read it. I was crying when I was reading it because it was so sad that a child would have to deal with that kind of fear in her heart and in her daily life. Just having to seeing her in with the picture and she's wearing braces. Just thinking about her getting hit in the face by that piece of crap asshole. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. And it makes me want to punch him, but I have to be nice and not punch anybody and be nice. Sandy says, yes, Hope's letter was cool. Oh, yes. And although people are questioning the validity, I knew that they would, just because it's similar to what Nina said. But if it's the truth, it's, it was hard to read too because she didn't use punctuation. So you could tell that a young person wrote it, and things like that. So I don't know. They're trolls. They're gonna troll it because they're piece of shit assholes too. I'm sorry, but they are. They are. Letter search photo op. It's a media campaign. I'm telling you, Trishy, they just want all this damn attention. And it's like, what about Sebastian? He's the one that's missing. He's still missing. Hello, what are you guys doing? Star says, my understanding is that Cluminante's ex-husband is brother of Stepfoot's sister's husband. Is that the one who is a registered SO, that nasty guy? You know who I'm talking about? He's like really nasty. And he's Chester Cheetah. And Trishy says the recording of Crystal's case is so good. Oh, thank you. Huge respect to them for doing it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's so good. It's like some of the things that were said in there were absolutely off the wall by the sheriff, just to let you guys know. Unbecoming. I'm just going to say that. Let's just say he brought up the fact that her husband Tony could have been Donald Trump's pimp, and it doesn't make a difference to him. And it was crazy. Hey, Christopher Dunlap, good to see you. Welcome in. Star says, is that right? My genealogy, Huckleberry. Christopher Dunlap, I know you're talking to Sandy. Has anyone seen the Nancy Grace interview of the stepdad? Dude said police dogs did get a few hits on a scent around the woods or a water source. Yeah, he did. He did. They told Nancy Grace that they did pick up a scent. They've gone back and forth with the dog scents. They really have. Just kind of, was there a scent? Wasn't there? Even Chloe in this last bit that we watched of the Web Sleuths, she says that because I wrote that one down too, that basically there were no cadaver dogs used, but those scent dogs were used. She confirms that. And then she also says that they themselves, Chloe and her team, brought in cadaver dogs, but not to the house, and that they had to get permission from Chris to do that, Chris and Katie, and that they wouldn't give permission. So that was interesting too. Also confirmed they didn't do any luminol, which we've heard that in several different interviews. I don't know if they ever did, but up until, and this interview was April 27th, I believe. Yeah, April 27th. And let's see. Oh, and then they wanted to address like the drama in the lie detector too from Nancy Grace as well. So, and I don't think that's drama. I think that was Chris like, name the place and time, ma'am, and you know, yep. And Star says yes, a retention pond nearby. He says the name the place and time, ma'am, and I'll be there. And then she sets it up, and he never shows up for it. So Tracy said he could be careless. He just wants to be home. Yeah. Or he could care less. He just wants to be home. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Sebastian doesn't give a crap about all of our bull crap. He just wants to be home with he probably wanted to go, he'd be happy once he's with Seth because he wanted to go live with his dad. Sorry, he did. Yeah, Seth smokes. Yeah, he was going to have to go to, online school, and he probably wasn't going to be fun. It wasn't a fun transition. He liked going to school, but we all know, all of us that are parents know that there's certain things that happen and the kids have to adjust. Kids are really resilient, and he would have done better at Seth's house because that's where he wanted to be. I'm sorry, but that's just the way that I see it. And Lil Red says these people should not be writing letters to that child. I find this disgusting. It is absolutely, it is. It is disgusting, Lil Red. It is. And I went over there and read the one. So hers wasn't so bad, though. I don't know. For some reason, I feel like SF is going to be worse than that because at least the end part wasn't so bad. But yeah, it's super it's tacky. There's. Sandy says, when would KP do this? She's never home. Yeah. I mean, and then also people were saying, well, they were bashing Seth because he would allow Sebastian to stay home while he was at work overnight. But then we also find out that Sebastian was a latchkey kid staying home after he got home from school for a couple hours till Katie got home. So, thank you. Thanks, Christopher Dunlap. I appreciate that. Nice to see you. And Lady Freedom's on narratives. Trishy says, what the heck? Snot? It's not appropriate at all. It's just more Proudfoot dance tour. Or defense tour. Dance. Defense tour. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That part was weird. I just don't know why Clue can't ever be not nasty. She's always got to add something in, like, remember those Garbage Pail Kids? She would have liked those guys. I liked them too when I was little, but she's still down with the Garbage Pail Kids, I think. Like, that mentality, like, ugh, I don't know. Huckleberry genealogist. Oh my goodness. I know, Trishy. I'm in between like mad and then also laughing because you guys are making me laugh, but it's also like ridiculous that she would do it, and so I'm just trying to. Oh my goodness. That's cute. That's cute, Star and Sandy. Geo Twin says, who is she trying to fool with this? Sebastian would rather be home than trending online. Absolutely. I'll tell you, I was thinking that when I was playing my intro because I do like the song and everything like that, but I was thinking, I just hope I never have to play this intro again. Like, I can't wait for the day that I don't have to play this intro. Because it gets to me. It really does. Jocelyn says, this is wow. Yes. I do not have FS's letter or the SF's letter. See, I was doing so well, and then there we go. I don't, but I would read it if you guys want to send it to me. I'll read it. I'll probably end up ranting a little bit. You know what I mean? Really weird, Lori. It is. It is. Yeah. It's all an act. Yeah. And they're not good actors. They didn't take any classes or anything. She thought she thought she would show excuse me. She thought she should do that after Faith posted that letter, right, to Kathy B. Socks. Yeah. Oh yeah, just why. It seems like the timing is nothing else. It's totally wrong to take away from what Faith said. I agree with that 100%. It is wrong to take away from what Faith said. And that's what I think it was doing. I think that's what the she was trying to take away and basically, I don't know, take attention off of what she said. I agree. Thank you. Thanks for saying that, Poppy. Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. They would do anything. They would do anything, anything. Christopher A. Proudfoot, age 41, lazy Google. Oh my goodness, guys. Little Red, yes, we have heard that. I am so sick of all of this BS in this case. Yeah, I am too. And it's sad. I think Sebastian wouldn't really appreciate it. That's just me. That's my opinion though. I don't think he'd appreciate it. Yeah, what's wrong with this person? I don't know. I don't know. It was a weird letter too, guys. I just feel like it was really weird. I was trying not to laugh and then also get mad. Sandy says, yes, we think Clue has the hots for CP. I think she allegedly, in my opinion, yes. Google it, y'all. Oh, that was a good one, Lil Red. That's so funny. Wow, just wow. He wants to get pervy. She wants to get pervy, rather. Trishy says it's a fake, phony BS. If it was honest, then okay, but that was fake and tasteless. Yeah, I know. I just wish they would have like a vigil for him or something, or like, a balloon launch or something, instead of just doing that to be mean to basically Nina's daughter. I don't know how old she is now. I guess she was about 7 at that time, when that all happened. And so, yeah. I think that would make her maybe like 14 or 15 now, and she's coming out and saying, this is ridiculous, basically. Star says, I think Clue and Chris already knocked boots. I think the whole world is one big polyamorous gentilious clump of ick in some sort of 50 Shades nightmare. 50 Shades cornbread. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not I can't speculate. Star. Oh boy. Lori made me tear up too. Oh yeah. I mean, it's sad. It was so sad. I could barely, like, I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting her to talk about how he hit her in her little face or something. I didn't think they were going to talk about her missing her sister so much. And I just thought that was so, oh my gosh. Chief says on the official Navy site, if I had his date of birth, his password, I could see. You guys. Sorry, I honestly don't know. All alleged, in my opinion, and the rant amused me. I'm glad. Sometimes I'm like, oh gosh, you guys are gonna be like, what is this lady's talking about over here? Island, I believe Faith's sister wrote this. Yeah. Yeah, it is Faith's older sister. And she's just as cute as she can be, and brave as she can be. And Christopher says, so everyone passed the lie detector test. I don't know. We know that Seth did. See, everything with Seth is always confirmed, but then we have the other side of it. Not everything, I guess, but I don't know. I'm not sure. In my opinion, I don't know, because we haven't had any proof really from his side. I know Seth did for sure, because he did it all public on Nancy. And MCE says allegedly Nina said it was recorded. If it's not true, show us that video, in my opinion. I didn't know which part was recorded. Are you talking about, because I know Mama Socks said that she had it on a recording. I don't know if Nina said anything was recorded, or I don't recall her saying that. Chief, Don't get in trouble, Chief. He's not worth it. He's a big man baby with big man boobs and a mullet, which isn't even cool. He got his mullet card revoked yesterday. Nina's older daughter, yes, and her name's Hope, and then Faith. I don't know why I was thinking her name was something different. I don't know. Sandy says no, Christopher. CP never took one. Yeah, I don't know. Chloe PI says she thinks he did, but then I'm like, I don't think so. All right, guys, I hope I'm not gonna miss too many comments here. Chris says, sounds like the set in the woods was a good hit. Ben probably used the woods and different roadway back in the woods to go do whatever. I mean, anything's possible. I really believe that, Christopher. I think anything is possible. In this case, we just don't even know what could have happened. I just believe in the flashlight video. I really do. And Sandy said, Christopher, there are different types of dogs. From what I hear, there was no scent of Sebastian, just ground disturbances. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that list too. It just kind of made me think of this, that Chloe PI had of where all the ring cameras were located. Christopher says, but the scent of a human only lasts about 24 hours in the woods. I don't know how long. I think it lasts longer than that because they've been able to sniff out. I mean, I think it's all about the training for the dogs too. That has a lot to do with it. Geo Twin says they didn't take any classes of anything. You're hysterical, Lady Freedom. Thank you. Sandy says, "Oh my gosh, Lady Freedom! It looks like you're sitting in a booth with Sebastian." Oh, I am technically. He's there. I keep him in my living room. Star says it depends on the conditions, anywhere from a few hours to a couple days to track scent in the woods. Yeah, I would think it lasts a little bit longer than that, especially. But if we're talking about somebody that's out in the woods like that, the thing that would probably help would be to have cadaver dogs as well, though. I don't know why they only use the scent dogs. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Meow, for hitting that like button. So yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Hey, Couponing, good to see you. You guys are cracking me up. MCE says Nina said Melissa recorded it attempting to run them over, all that stuff. Oh, yes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'd like to see it. I don't know. Yeah, Nina said they recorded it, but they're not going to put that out. The Bowerstocks won't put that out, or Melissa. If Melissa recorded it, Nina can't show it because she doesn't have the video. Melissa would. Hard to prove. Thank you, Star. Absolutely. Sorry, I was second guessing myself. They're like, what? Okay. Gracie says, and Ellie cannot give legal advice about it if you shouldn't take a lie detector test. No, they don't give any type of advice. And that's the thing. We'll find out because I did clip a couple of clips from Justin. But yeah, even whenever Detective Carter is talking about how they don't give out information. That was one of the questions that the citizen asked was, did you tell Chris Proudfoot not to say anything about anything, or this or that? And he's like, no, we can't tell anybody not to say anything about anything. We can't. So I'm sure he didn't go off and say about, don't take the lie detector. That's a great point, Gracie. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, foot sock side. Yeah, that's Chris's sister. Chief says, I wonder if the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has been notified, and was there a nationwide Amber Alert was made? There was. Oh yeah, they're all notified. Yes. Oh, definitely, Chief. Yes, they have been. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, Gracie says, same here, MCE. I can tell Nina has been traumatized. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Oh, I see. MCE says they want to talk bad about this child, about this child, saying it's all a lie. If Melissa recorded it, she needs to show us that it's fake. And until then, I'm going to believe Nina and her daughter, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I totally believe them. Oh, absolutely. I believe them for sure. Ellie has to ask for it. Bam. Hey, Minnie. And Couponing says, what happened when searchers and dogs that did hit and then they called off the search? Chronicles of Olivia was recording that search that day. Yeah. That's what's so weird. We don't have a really solid answer on that. We just don't. We do not have a solid answer on it. And I don't know who to believe, honestly, because we've heard so many things, comes from so many different places about the dogs. Was there a hit? Was there not? Why did the dog jump in the pond? Things like that. Because for a while there with the dog jumping in the pond, I actually thought maybe there was a strong possibility that one of the, well, I thought maybe somebody took Sebastian to the pond and did something horrible to him there, and then that's who they were bringing out in the flashlight video, because the dogs did go to the pond and hit on the pond. So, but I don't know about that theory. Star says, my understanding is that they searched the retention pond twice. Yeah, they drained them too, and they weren't terribly deep either. Here we go, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play this next one. We're on.
But
And everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI. And you've worked on many, many, many cases.
none as hard as this.
And you're getting just, slammed. Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you. But I think we can assume if they're doing their job, they did. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, again, all these normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify, they're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and caused problems.
Sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails.
I bet.
By a lot of people that weren't necessarily like pertinent to Sebastian's case, you know. So he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is. But the thing is, it would alleviate a lot of all of the speculation and this craziness if it just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do. Like ask for the clothes, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and ask for things like that. And again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get this question. Where did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI. Mm-hmm. And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Mm-hmm. So we don't know what's going on with that, but I would assume, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for an investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is Heather Cohn. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely. Yep. No question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay. Chasing wants to know, did Seth fall asleep during the Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did. It hasn't been something I've focused on.
Okay, so we've just got so many questions here in chat. I don't want to miss some here because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions, because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, you know? So, okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville is like very densely wooded, and it gets pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there. We've all been in it, and it's hard.
Exactly. But again,
in it, not at night. So,
right.
And it's hard.
But again, not at night. I mean, not talking about going into that terrain. He would have had to have been on a camera. That's just all there is to it.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a Ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walked between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision, there's no cameras for a long time. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, you have a vetted source making a claim about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, we have a vetted source close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
Yes.
Before. Okay, here's the problem. We know the police have gone into the house and searched. We don't know if they've used luminol. We don't know if they've taken any cadaver dogs into the house. We don't know if... we don't know how in the hell he got out of the house, because he's nowhere on camera, but yet he's on camera earlier taking out the garbage. So he's on a camera somewhere. So why isn't he on a camera when he left?
I think the sun went down on the 25th at like 5:40 something. It was before the time change. So it was getting dark. What I've been told by the sheriff's department was it was around 6:30 when they saw it. I think the Proudfoots say 7. That's kind of semantics to me, but so it was getting dark for sure. I don't know that it was like pitch black at that point. I don't know if it was like midnight dark, you know.
But shouldn't these cameras, I mean, I have a little cheapo one here. It is infrared. I can see everybody at night. You know, you would think, correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but you would think that there would be a spotting of Sebastian on one of these 11 cameras that you have mapped out, and there are probably more.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, there are no sightings of him.
Right.
So let's say, hypothetically, let's say that is correct. Okay, that there's no mistake, that he wasn't able to escape a camera and duck out of a camera. Let's just say that's correct, that Sebastian is not on a camera anywhere leaving the house in the neighborhood. That means he is either still in the house somewhere, or he never made it home Saturday. But
I'll be honest with you. I think Sunday, he still could have left the house.
You do? And not get on camera?
I do.
How come?
It's just a feeling. honestly. I mean, and being in that area and knowing my cameras, and I just there are places where he could have avoided them, and I don't even know that he would have done it on purpose. But
it could have just
pulling
happened.
it out. Yeah,
Could have just happened. So, okay, what about Katie Proudfoot saying he went out without any shoes? Let me just tell you what that screams to me, that he was running for his life. And Seth has said that he doesn't like to go out without shoes because he got bit by fire ants once or something. So what do you think of that?
I mean, I think that's strange. We now know how many pairs of shoes he did have. I know that was being like very protected by Katie for some reason, but he didn't have very many pairs of shoes. His feet were growing, and he had gotten a couple new pairs. You know, Katie would throw out the old pairs pretty quickly. So it wasn't like, I mean, he just had a few pairs of shoes. So I think it was pretty easy to account for all of them. And apparently account for Chris's shoes too, because I know people have wondered if maybe he put his shoes on. So, I mean, I do think that's strange. It makes me think it wasn't a planned runaway.
Right.
And that maybe something triggered him, or there was an altercation where he fight or flight just left, you know.
And that's what I'm thinking.
I really don't think it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah. Chasing said that he could have left through the back door. Now, if he left through the back door, would he escape all the cameras that way, or would he get the cameras at the neighbors that were in the backyard?
Would escape a lot more cameras that way. Their backyard is fenced. That doesn't mean he didn't go that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. There's been a couple of people mention this in chat, and this, I'll be honest, it really does kind of upset me. The reason why the private investigators are coming on and talking is to bring awareness about Sebastian. Okay. Chloe is not going to release any information that she has been trusted with, that she has been agreed not to release. But if we don't talk about it, and if we don't bring awareness to Sebastian, then people are going to forget. And I applaud Chloe and Heather for going on media and keeping Sebastian's case alive. Okay, so anybody in chat suggesting that what they're doing is wrong and hurting the case, no, it's helping the case. We have 1,300 people here in chat. Okay. Or there's going to be thousands more download this, talking about Sebastian. And we'll put Sebastian's picture up, and we've got the tip line up. This is a way to keep Sebastian's case alive. If we don't, nobody will talk about it, and everybody will forget. And then Seth will be doing an anniversary show every year, begging people. So thank you.
Yeah.
Chloe.
And I mean, I'll make a really quick point. I mean, you both know I don't get into all the crap.
No, you don't.
But private investigator doesn't mean I am not allowed to talk. It means I am privately hired.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what people are getting, the private and private investigator mixed up.
Right.
They think it means that you can't reveal your identity, and that's not the case.
Right. I don't love doing this. I do it.
No, you don't. I mean, I had to harass and stalk you. You know?
I don't like doing this, but I think it's important, and I hope that it helps simmer down some of the crap.
Okay, guys. So I just want to watch 2 clips. That way we could go over. So Seth did fall asleep on his polygraph. He said that. So we definitely know that. Which is, it's not a bad thing. I mean, I think it was because he was tired from searching, and then also he was taking some muscle relaxers at that time. And I think it was just one of those things where he was in a very calm, quiet environment, and he dozed off apparently. But she says that she saw a comment with his name by it, but he confirmed it on Pascal. Hendersonville is densely wooded, she said, and really rough terrain. Of course, we know that because Terry Lynn has searched in the woods and brought us along with her. She says that she doesn't think he could have been detected on the cameras because immediately in every direction around the house, there is wooded areas. So he could have just kind of gotten to the woods, she thinks. And then there's not cameras for a little bit, she said, which I don't know. It made me think of that clip that we watched last night. And if they did have the public cameras available, I would think he would be picked up on them some way. I would think the fire station would be part of that law enforcement initiative. I don't know. But it's interesting. So she also, I agree with Trisha. I don't think he would have been able to escape the cameras. I don't think he would have meant to do it, especially if it wasn't planned. Chloe does go into that, how she believes it could have been fight or flight because there was nothing taken, especially if he didn't put his shoes on or coat or anything like that. So she doesn't think it was planned. The shoes, she said it was strange. His feet were growing and that Katie would throw away his old shoes quickly. That Chris's shoes were accounted for. They were talking about possibilities of the backyard. There is fencing around his backyard, and I don't think he would have been able to like get over the fence without anybody seeing him. That's just my opinion. Let's see. She also says that depending on the camera angles, if he was to go in that wooded area in between the houses, they may not have picked him up. She also goes into a vetted source that said that the person was close to the feet, and they said that Chris was going to leave Katie in a recorded conversation. Said that Chris had conversations with them that he was about to leave Katie. Sorry, guys, I'm just gonna lower that down just a little bit. Let's see. And then, one more thing I wanted to mention too before I go to your guys' comments. She does say she doesn't really confirm it completely, but Trisha's like, well, he was caught on camera taking out the trash, right? And then Chloe says that the law enforcement thinks that it was him taking the trash out, and that was around 6:30 or 7. But we know now that we saw the Texas Roadhouse footage that it had to have been closer to 7 because it takes about 15 minutes or so in any direction that you go from the Texas Roadhouse to get to the Proudfoot residence. And so I believe it was about 7 o'clock. And then also she said the sun went down around 5:40 that day. So that would have put it dark, or, it would have been pretty dark at 7 o'clock. The infrared, Trisha couldn't understand why the infrared wouldn't pick them up if cameras had the infrared, and couldn't believe there were no sightings. She also said that she thought that he would have gotten caught on camera, and I agree with that. I really do. I agree with Trisha on that. I don't agree with Chloe, but she was in the neighborhood, so I wasn't. So I will say that. And then Holly S said that CP was going to be on Nancy Grace, or that CP, I think it was going to be on Nancy. Did I write that down right? No, I'm second guessing it because I was like, maybe I wrote that down wrong. Let's see. I thought I saw something about it. I hope they all go on Nancy Grace and do the polygraph together. Oh gosh, the hammer. Oh my goodness. That's so terrible. That is so terrible. Nancy had a polygrapher speak on Seth's polygraph, and he stated he didn't fall asleep. I don't know why Seth said he fell asleep then on Pascal. Because he did. He said, I fell asleep. And I was like, poor guy, because he was out searching. Couponing says, I heard CP had his military record sealed, found out another lie. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he everything he says is a lie. It's so hard to believe what he says. Let's see here. Oh, gosh, that poor girl, poor Rachel. That's so sad. Oh, Seth is going to be coming on Nancy this week. Thank you. I don't know why I wrote CP, and it might have even been because I was listening to Chloe and writing notes and looking at the chat. That was my bad. I crossed my wires a little bit on that. So Seth is going to be on there. Interesting. Very interesting. Christopher Dunlap says, is there any footage of the day that they pulled up at home? Everybody shows the restaurant footage, but not them getting home. Yeah, I know. I guess in the camera footage of the Ring camera from across the street, I'm assuming it was from there. You can see them pulling into the driveway, but they go right into the garage. So you don't really get to see them. Yeah, it's too bad that we don't have that. I wish that we did. Yeah, see, I don't know about a date. I'd like to know the date too. MCE says, I think he was told to lie down in KP's SUV and he's been hidden away, in my opinion. I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible. Angie of Twin says, oh, he's probably loving all the manipulation tactics and thinking he's smarter than everyone. Absolutely. Absolutely. MCE says Ellie has footage of them returning from the Texas Roadhouse, but not allowing it out, in my opinion. I think so too. I think they would have to, if they were running off the assumption that he ran away in the night, they have to have a reason to think that, I would think. Although it seems like they just took the Proudfoot's word for it, unfortunately, also. So that's in the back of my mind too. Poppy Love says, does anyone know if LE got a warrant to search the properties of the Bowersox where the water towers are? I do not know. I'm not sure about that. I wish they would, just to put it to rest. Gracie says no, no, Christopher. LE claims there is a dash cam footage of him arriving home. LE all of this time though. Yeah, or LE lies all of the time though. Yeah, absolutely, Gracie, they do. It's hard to believe anything. I think he's hidden too. Oh, Lori thinks he's hidden too. And Gracie says Tony popped into Justin's. Yeah. Said it'll be this week. Yeah, Holly, I didn't get all of Justin's interview in. I just got like the part that he wrote where he was going over the email, but I was going to go in and see if there was anything interesting too, because I knew Tony was in the chat. I just didn't have a time to upload all of those. So no warrants, Poppy Love, Gracie says. So it'll be a distraction time for SF. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Holly. That is so true. Poppy says, why wouldn't LE want to look all over the land of the families? I know, I don't understand why not either. I mean, maybe it's hard because, you know, his mother did have access to all kinds of different properties, being a real estate agent, you know, and that sort of thing. So I don't know. Maybe they just thought it would be too exhaustive, but I don't know. Hey, Dreaming, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And MCE says, I think it was Sebastian in North Carolina. Seth said that was his son and knew a woman with him. Only a parent knows their child in the difference between a stranger and their child. So I think he was taken to North Carolina, in my opinion. You know, Seth said that that wasn't Sebastian, that he was convinced because he did talk to the mom and thanked her for giving him some hope. So I don't know. He said that, I believe it was Pascal's show too. And Gracie says the silos are not on the land of the Bowersox, Poppy Love, just close by. Yeah, exactly. There's like fields before it, and then there's the silos. So yeah. Yeah, Gracie said, yes, Seth did say he fell asleep. No big deal. They started over. Exactly. Yeah, and they try to put you in a calm environment too. One thing to consider when they do the polygraph test, they put you in a calm environment. It's very quiet. They want you to relax and calm down. And so he probably fell asleep because he was exhausted. Jocelyn says, ugh, no fun. Feel better. Oh, I know, Dreaming. Feel better. I know you're still not feeling good, huh? I hope Ellie has looked inside the Bowersox property. Yeah, I would hope so. Or the fifth wheel. That's really one of the main focuses I have is the fifth wheel, because it really bothers me that we don't have any confirmation of if that was searched or not, and that's a whole other house that belongs to Chris and Katie that they didn't want to search. It's just, it boggles my mind that they didn't do anything like that. It's like they don't want to know. Gracie says, why haven't Ellie looked at all the traffic cams to the right and left of the neighborhood and tracked every vehicle down? I know. I don't know, Gracie. I wish they would. I wish they would have, but it just seems like they don't want to, you know? Yeah, they have. Yeah, it hasn't. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Poppy says, feel better to dreaming. Yes, dreaming, feel better. Oh, hurry back, Lori. Hurry back. Margaret says Seth is going to be on Nancy. Yes. Yes, he is. I'll be looking out for it. Gracie says it would be great for Ellie to search anyhow. I agree, Poppy Love. I looked up property records and they don't own the silos. Unfortunately, some make a lot of stuff up. Yeah, if they don't own this, exactly. If they don't own them, it'd be really hard for them to gain access to them, especially, you know, when it came to Chris Watts, he worked at Anadarko, and that's why he had the access to the oil field, and that was where the Survey 19 is where he worked, and so he did have access there. How they would gather access to that, I don't know, and I don't know. MCE says, did Seth take 2 lie detectors? Maybe he fell asleep on LE Polygraph, not for Nancy Grace, maybe. Law enforcement didn't make him take one. I don't believe that they made anybody take one, to be honest with you. I really don't. I don't feel like they did, because I don't think Seth took 2. But maybe he did. Gracie, did you say yes to that one? He took 2 FBI. 2 with the FBI polygraph specialist. Oh, this 2 for Nancy. Yeah, 2 for Nancy. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. His mother said he fell asleep too. Yep. His own mom. Yeah, he said it too. He's not a liar. You know, that's one thing about Seth. Seth is, you know, pretty much come clean about anything about himself. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly. So they started over because he fell asleep. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think you took one for Ellie. I don't think anybody took one for Ellie. It's my opinion. I could be wrong, but Meow says I can ask Tony when he will be back on Nancy Grace show. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Meow. I appreciate you. And let's see. Oh, you're also in Detroit, Michigan, Christopher. That's cool. And let's see here. MCE says, "Oh, I hadn't heard that. I'll have to watch the Pascal show. Is it on YouTube? I'm still catching up." Yes, hon, it is on. It's Pascal is his channel name, and then he has the Pascal show. If you want to find a lot of good interviews, that's a good source for the beginning of Seth, because he was on there quite a bit. And answered really good questions. And also Pascal asks very good questioning too. So he might be asleep. Like, I know exactly, Gracie. MCE, he's got on YouTube. Hey, Tony, good to see you, hon. Tony says, just stop in to say hi. I'm exhausted with my meds kicking in. I watch the replay. Ah, cool. Yes. Recovered. Oh, not a lot. Oh, good. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, Tony. I will check it. I still need to check a whole bunch of. I'm so sorry, guys, with that. Grace says, yes, MCE, and it was on TL's also stated by Seth and his mom. Yeah, yes. Oh, good call, Gracie. I forgot about that one too. Yeah, Seth has been, you know, transparent in my opinion, more transparent than CP and KP. Poppy Love says, has someone that is local asked questions about FOIA requests? Are there questions that we'd like to come up with and ask? I'm local and can request info, but I'd like to do it as a combined request. Okay, yeah, Poppy Love, that would be wonderful. Yeah, I can, if you email me, I can have everybody email questions and then I could forward them to you or something like that. We can coordinate something. I think that would be a great idea. A lot of people we do need to get some answers here. some truths out there. You know, that's why I liked listening to Justin's, and I wanted to play some of it for you because he was showing the screenshots of the communications. And I think it's important for us to see those things. That way we know what we're getting is real information. So I'm glad he shared it. Gracie says, yes, Terry, TL is Terry Lynn. Let me grab her link. Thank you, Gracie. Yeah, don't forget to drop yours too. Is she a creator working for Seth? I don't think so. Hey, unnamed true crime channel. Good to see you. Good to see you, honey. And Trooper's mom says Seth is going on Nancy Grace next week. Don't know when. Good to see you, Trooper's mom. I hope your breakfast was good. Detroit Rock City says, thank you to whoever gifted me. That was a nice surprise. Oh, that is so nice. Good. I'm glad you won I'm glad you won that. Lil Red says, leave your DNA on that like button. Thank you, Lil Red. A creator and a personal Seth that is not working for Seth. Oh, not working. Gracie says, Detroit, it would say at the top for you if you are on an iPhone. Oh, okay. I see. I know it's a little bit different. Oh yeah, go check out Cherry Lynn, you guys. She's the one that's been searching for Sebastian from the beginning. Oh, thank you for dropping Pascal's link, Gracie. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Could you drop the if it's okay, could you drop the web sleuths and Justin's link too? I'm gonna drop it in the description box. I just didn't have a chance to do it. I was so bad today with timing. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play number 10 clip that I got for you guys, and then we got a couple more before we watch Justin. So
Keisha Renee, that is what Chloe is doing. She's telling us what's going on, which is not a lot because the police won't reveal a whole lot. Ava wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Some.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think slowly they are having more. Yeah.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation by the police?
You know, that whole email thing was strange.
Tell us what email thing. Tell us about that.
Several people had requested.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
Mm-hmm. And
right.
And several people besides us received similar emails that said that. Criminal can mean several different things, though. You know, it doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, you know, somebody is withholding 5 details about what happened. You know, right. I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and it's not foul play.
Yep.
You know,
right.
False reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered.
Exactly.
And it can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen? And which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, I do remember, thank you, Evil Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has, yeah, I think early in the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up. Is it possible that someone is helping hide him and that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden?
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list, along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet. That's pretty low on my theory list. But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible. But that's not a high priority
and people are still bringing up his clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done. No. And that's the problem. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot for a moment. They came out early on and did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on. I mean, it's a week after he went missing.
Yeah. To me, that's early on. Let me put it this way. I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw their interview, because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt. And that made my blood run cold, to be honest. Mm-hmm. It really did. And it truly troubled me. Now that Chris and Seth are working together, and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris in trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best. I mean, there's water under the bridge. I mean, obviously, like I think they're doing their best. Right. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. So, hold on, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons like SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, you know, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in, because we have an incredible group of volunteers that, I mean, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? You know, and they're doing their best, but that's not very many people in the grand scheme, right? Because the terrain is really hard.
Yeah, that terrain is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we've gained. I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, okay, we're coming. They plan.
Right.
Before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as I have an update about that, I'll share it.
Okay. Jessica London wants to know, was it for sure Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out?
The sheriff's department says it is. I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that. Okay.
Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.? I don't know where it says last seen Monday, the 26th. I don't know where that would be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer that's been released by law enforcement. I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight, because that's when Katie went to bed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside, correct?
Yeah. And I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
You know, he went on Peter Hyatt, and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
Katie holds the key out of everybody.
She does.
She does. So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them, and
yeah,
she holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
Not all the information, but he holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right. And it's great that he's stepping back, that they're both stepping back to work toward finding Sebastian. Melissa Hart wants to know, have they checked the drains at the construction site?
I mean, to my knowledge, they have.
Okay. Yeah. And Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m. It was earlier in the night.
And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
right?
But hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
that does Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. The grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's weird.
They did. They went to Alaska, I believe 4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month. And then I can't remember when they came back, and JLR chased them around. And then they went to Puerto Rico at some point.
Yeah, it's terrible.
There's been mention of Sebastian being forced to wear pull-ups, which Seth, I believe, has confirmed, which I find appalling that they would do that, that the Proudfoots would do that. That's my opinion. Do you know, like, what that situation is? Do you have any information about it?
Not really more than what's been said.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, guys. So she does say that she doesn't know about the pull-up situation other than what was said. And mostly Chris was the one, I think, that brought up the pull-ups. That was the first time I had really saw a whole lot about it. So I'm just taking a wild guess there. Chloe says something interesting in this clip too, that and that's another reason why I wanted to go over this interview particularly, because she says that when Trisha asks her, is it a criminal investigation? Chloe says that she received emails back stating, yes, it is a criminal investigation, and that other people that made similar requests also received an email back stating that it was a criminal investigation. Also, the title of the detective at the TBI who is working Sebastian's case still actively, Carter, who we're going to talk more about later, he actually, that is in his job description and his job title, that he is a criminal investigator. So just putting that out there. So then Chloe goes into why a criminal investigation may have been opened, such as withholding details, false reporting, things like that. I wonder what video Chloe saw, because Chloe saw a video, but she said that she wasn't going to disclose which video. So I'm guessing it's probably the Texas Roadhouse video, but possibly, I'm not sure which video it was. It may have also been the video of Katie going through the school parking lot. And then also they bring up the relative's house that they went to, which was Chris's sister on Sunday, before all of the activities that they went through, going to BJ's, because that's where they met. They picked up her daughter and took her to BJ's to meet her mother, which is Chris's sister. They also went to a friend's house earlier in the day, and I believe that to be Lori, Katie's friend. When the interview that Chris bragged about hurting Sebastian with the belt was actually March 20th, 2024 on Smiley Stories World, 24 days into the investigation after Sebastian had went missing. It was not a week after. It wasn't the first interview. I think that maybe that may have been the first interview that Trisha had watched. So just to kind of clear that point up. But so also Chloe was asked, was it for sure that was Sebastian taking out the trash? And Chloe says Seth said that he couldn't really tell if it was in fact Sebastian taking out the trash or not. And then also I remember on Pascal's show again, he said the same thing, that you couldn't tell who was actually the one taking the trash out. So that was interesting. The flyer does say last seen near Stafford Court, February 26th, 2024. It also says it on the current current FBI flyer, that he was last seen near the area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Seth has no choice but to work with the Proud Feet at that point, because Katie holds the key or the most information, is what Chloe said, and I do agree with her. She references the show that Seth went on, which was Peter Hyatt. He is very smart, and he has brought a lot of insight to the case, so definitely check Peter Hyatt out. She's asked about the 3 a.m. silhouette. Chloe says that she doesn't know about that, but she does confirm that there were lights that came on in Sebastian's bedroom after the trash was taken out and later in the night, but not at 3 a.m. It was earlier than that in the night. Chris's parents going to Alaska. So Chris's parents went to Alaska. Chloe says it was 4 days after. She said that she hopes that that trip was vetted by law enforcement, but does not confirm that it was or wasn't. And she was asked if the dog searched the RV, and she said she didn't know. The socks, let's see. When they came back from Alaska, sometime later, they did go to Puerto Rico. And then also she said that she did reach out to them, and there was no response back. So at that time, she reached out but didn't receive anything back from them. So yeah, and then they go into Seth in the pull-ups. Trooper's mom says, pay attention to Chloe getting text from CP on her personal phone. I know that is so weird. Like I would not want him to have my number. I'm just saying I really wouldn't. And let's see. The mob crew is awesome. Let's see here. I've heard a few things about Chloe and CP allegedly. Oh, really? I didn't know that, MCE. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Gracie says, shut the front door. Oh my goodness, wifey number 6. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. I need it's Gracie. Just wait. We got Mr. Proudfoot coming up, and he'd make anybody want to have a stiff one. I'm telling you, he is he's something else. I don't get the appeal, but he says I don't either. Christopher says, so basically there are 2 possibilities. He either made it home and magically vanished, or he was handed off to after the restaurant, 15-minute window from the restaurant to the house. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He either made it home, and I believe more so that he made it home because of the flashlight video. You know, that's why I feel that way, at least. Star, did you give to membership earlier? Yes, I believe she did. MCE says, I hope she's smart enough not to get caught up with that ABUSC. Just saying. Yeah, I would hope so. Chloe's really pretty. She reminds me of let's see if you guys have ever seen the show. Um, oh gosh, it was just on the. I just had it and now I lost it. Oh, Sons of Anarchy. She reminds me of the main character's girlfriend in that. She looks just like a spinning image to me. I don't know what you guys think, but Star says, not me. You mean the one Detroit Rock City got? Oh, okay. Sorry. Wrong one. I just happened to stop on. Minnie says, LOL, sorry, I've been in and out of chat. Puppy chew on my. Oh no! Aw. Mazda is back. Little Red says, and now all these channels are spreading around that the green hoodie is related to Chris. That is not the same person. I wish this would stop. The person who passed away needs to rest in peace. Absolutely, Little Red. Well said. I believe that too. I don't believe that we should be harping on that. I really don't. It's sad. I feel sorry for their loss, and I am sorry for their loss. We have to remember that these are people we're talking about, like real life people. MCE says, I've gotten confused on who Green Hoodie is and not sure it is even Green Hoodie person. In my opinion, very confusing. Green Hoodie person is absolutely confusing. Absolutely. Christopher says, did Sebastian take medication? If he did, someone had to stock up. Just can't take him to the doctors. Yeah, he was definitely taking medication. He was. Yep, and it's not been refilled. Yep, that's right, Minnie. Thank you. And oops, Gracie says, every dog has their day, but the nights belong to the pussycats. To us pussycats. Oh, that was cute. MCE says, with false identity, just saying. Yeah, there has been a lot of talk about that and a lot of speculation about possibly a different identity given to Sebastian, and that is possible. Star says, Green Hoodie is not the person who passed away. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Star. Green Hoodie was interviewed and believed to be of no evidentiary importance nor related to anybody directly in the case, as far as I know. That's as far as I know as well. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, from The Path. That's who was The Path. Thank you, The Path. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Gracie. Love that, Gracie. Detroit Rock City. Ah, Star, thank you for clearing that up for me. Unnamed True Crime Channel says, who went to Alaska? I walked away and missed it. So the Bauer Sox went to Alaska. Chris and Katie's folks went to Alaska on a work trip. And Chloe said that they stayed for a month and they left 4 days after Sebastian went missing. Chris is going to pop into the phone call and he's going to say something totally different. So just keep an eye out for that. Yes, it is. Oh, yay, Margaret. Good. Island says, what did Hong insinuate that Green Hoodie was a CP half-sister? Yeah, he kind of was. Yeah, they did some kind of an AI or maybe even like a background search. That's why sometimes I don't like a lot of the web, because what it is they use like a web crawler and they pull information from, a person's phone number. Like if you type the phone number in, you can find out who the person is, to a certain extent. But there's a lot of information. I will say that, places they've lived, things like that. Sometimes they get a little bit haywire though, because even because I'm divorced, I'm still like a relative of I don't have any other husbands, but my first husband, only one that I had. But either way, it's weird. It's really weird because it'll say I'm like related to people that I'm not, but yeah, it is. She said, unnamed True Crime Channel says, oh wow, kind of strange time for them to leave the state. Yeah, he says Chris said it was a work trip for a lot to untangle. Yes, for his stepfather, and that his mother went along. And I hear that was pretty typical for that to happen, but it's all kind of strange. It's strange timing, that's for sure. then again, the grandparents, if they didn't have anything to do with it, I don't see why they would have to stick around at home. But Katie definitely, I think, should have, and I would have. The unnamed. If my child went missing out of my home under my watch, I would never leave the house. That would be how like guilt stricken and upset, and then hoping they would just return back home. I would be, but I would also go out looking, and I would definitely be passing out flyers. The unnamed true crime channel says, you all got me looking into this case, and dang it, the rabbit hole I went down. Yes. Oh my goodness. It is such a rabbit hole. It really, really is. It really, really is. And Island says, so we're being hoodwinked? Yes. What does hoodwinked mean? Bamboozled? Tricked? Fooled? Yeah, 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 that too. Trooper's mom, yes, correct. I understand bamboozled. Chris says any Amish in the neighborhood, Sebastian could kind of blend in with Amish and they would take care of their own. Just saying. Yeah, if you become Amish, that's the thing too. Like, that's a good point, Christopher. Amish, it's kind of strange, especially because sometimes they will accept people coming in because it's a new person per se, because a lot of times there are some inbreeding going on in those types of family systems. Oh, Island with 3 colossal popcorns coming right up. And Star says MCE, it's pretty frustrating because it feels like Dog's team pushing out a lot of information dumps, but then I'm not always sure where it's coming from. Mostly I learned in the chat. Yeah, same here, Star, same here. Yeah, homeless encampments were checked, which is a good idea. Really good idea, because that's another group of people that may have pulled Sebastian in and kind of befriended or helped him. I watched some documentaries on just YouTube and seeing how people have their own little communities and they're all homeless, but they use each other's things like the coffee maker, and certain things are like for the community. So absolutely, I would not put it past somebody. I just don't know. It's very strange. It's all very strange. Okay, guys, and then I'll go to Trooper's mom. Trooper's mom says, isn't it weird that since she's working for Seth at that, yeah, it is weird. It is. I wonder if they all exchange cell phone numbers though, because I will say that Seth gave Tony Mathis's number to Chris and Katie at that time too, around that time, because they were trying to link up and get permission from Chris and things like that. Because of course, at this point in this whole Sebastian being missing this whole time, or at this time, they're working together, or they're attempting to work together, because Chris had asked at the vigil if they will. They didn't stay for that vigil, by the way. He went there. Katie didn't show up. It was a whole mess, just for Unnamed True Crime Channel, because I know she's probably, I don't know if you've seen that yet, but yeah. Ladies can't resist the mullet man. Oh, say it isn't so. Say it isn't so. I don't know, Star. I know BHB was alluding to a relationship with Trevor Lee, but I really don't want to get too much into it, just because, I mean, I like both of them. I mean, I don't have anything against Chloe, and then also I don't know. I don't know what really happened there. You know what I mean? And then also, like earlier in the interview, they were asking Chloe if Katie was involved with anybody, or like if she was cheating or anything like that. And like, I really don't care. You know what I mean? Like if she was, I mean, but I don't think it would bring Sebastian or help find him or anything. So MCE says, I think flashlight video was a rug deal, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Maybe so. Somebody went back to the house. Somebody did. Detroit Rec City says, Christopher, I don't think the Amish would go against God and hide a missing child from his father, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true, though. That is true. The Amish are ultra religious. Now, one thing is them not having technology. Now, Mennonite people do, But I don't know if they did do something like that where they gave them a sob story, they might help them out. I don't know. But that's true though. Detroit Rock City, they're very religious people and they're very godly. They try to stick to the rules and morals and stuff. Minnie says, must be something wrong with me then. I don't find him attractive at all. No, gosh, no. No. Meow, yes, Sons of Anarchy is so good. So don't you think, I think Chloe Pi resembles Tara a lot. Like, I think she looks a lot like her. She reminds me of her so much. Tony say later next week for Seth and Nancy. Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Well, good. I don't know what time. Well, usually, I guess whenever she has a new interview, it usually comes out around like 4:30 or 5 is my best guess, guys. Minnie says my daughter's hubby grew out a mullet and she even permed it for him. Took me a long time to get used to it. That is hilarious. I know, that's why I say mullet card revoked, because like I've seen some pretty cool mullets out there, but Chris got his card revoked. So the Path says listening to all of these facts and interviews is infuriatingly obvious that they're responsible and still have their freedom. Yeah, it is really, it's absolutely ridiculous that here we are. This was from April, and here we are listening to this and basically trying to analyze it because this is all we have. They refuse to come out and speak unless they're going to act like crazy people, and then they blame it all on us. It's it's maddening. It's so and Island says how mullet speaks reminds me of talking fish on the wall that flips that way. That's a good analogy. I like that. Island, that made me laugh. That was funny. Oh my goodness. Nobody had a mullet. A mullet fish. Many am dying laughing at the mullet. Unnamed True Crime Channel says. You guys are hilarious. Oh my goodness. I couldn't hide my face. She FaceTimed me. Oh my goodness, that's great. Island High, is there a fish called mullet? Oh my goodness. I don't think so. I think we need to, that would be funny if we could put a mullet on that fish. You know how he goes outwards? Like, that would be hilarious. So now I pictured those singing bass with mullets. Me too. Yeah, me too, Star. That's funny. Minnie says yes, but it's best to catch and eat during the winter. Mullet fish. I didn't know there was a mullet fish. The bass. The Path says the lesser of the two evils should talk. Yes. If they had any logic or reasoning, or both, will end up locked up for life. Yes, they're gonna end up like that. I really do. I believe that it's coming. I really do. Star says only the fish, instead of singing, is saying don't insinuate my furry truck. Oh my god. That's funny. When I'm not at work, I find it hard to stay up all night. Oh, good night, Jocelyn. Good night. It was good to see you. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you get a night off, and hopefully you get some good rest. Oh my goodness, you guys are so hilarious. Gracie says, shoot, those sites don't even have me married to my spouse of almost 22 years on Valentine's Day. They are trash, tons of misinformation, and yes, the marriage certificate was filed. Oh my gosh, I know. That's one thing, it would took forever. Like, when I got divorced, it was still saying I was married, and I was like, what the heck? Yeah, Minnie says, I think those show me as single too. See, that's why I don't ever, like, I don't know. I need to find a good one though. Because I get mad at them and then I'm like, I want to cancel because you gave me some bunk information, or it'll give me stuff I already knew. I'm like, what the heck? Star says, every time I come in here, I'm going to be a good girl tonight. Someone gives me a new material. That's hilarious. Is it Minnie? Is she the one? Is it usually? We are twinning, Gracie says. Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny. Okay, Trooper's mom says, okay, the ones pushing that the lady who passed in November was Green Hoodie on December 13th. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the release clearly states that they interviewed Green Hoodie on that day, December 13th. It's crystal clear. Exactly. That's what we were trying to figure out. Like, we were like, because Emmy Jo came in and she was like, how could they, if this person passed away in November, how the hell could they have, done this? And we're like, oh boy. Emmy got the gold star that day. PI life must be really lonely. Oh my goodness. All you do is research it. Sometimes the temptation gets the best of us. Detroit. No electricity, no phones, no cars. Yeah, exactly. They might not know. Oh my gosh, they might not. They might be like, oh gosh. Love me some Jax. Oh my gosh, I know. Jax Teller, yeah. But it's just crazy to me. Like every single time I see Chloe PI, I'm like, are you sure you weren't on Sons of Anarchy? And Merge said, hey Merge, it's good to see you. Wish CP would butt out and KP would work with Seth. Me too. I really do. I think at some point, and I don't know what's going on truly, but for me, I would be like, look, this is our child, you know what I mean? And I need to work with, it wouldn't be anything weird with your ex-husband, obviously. It'd be weird enough having to work with them, right? On something like this, it'd be terrible. If your child was missing and you had to work with your ex, right? But in the same way, I'd be like, I have to do this myself, But they would still get in trouble, Margaret says. His hairline's running from his face. Minnie. Trooper's mom, the real mullet fish, is it really beautiful? It's really beautiful and delicious. Oh, we can't blame the poor mullet fish then. That's not cool. Hey, Bev, good to see you. Bev says when CP is in jail, his cellmate will love to hold that mullet. That mullet. Oh, man in the front, woman in the back. Gross. Detroit Rock City says, I have one in my living room. No lie. I took out the batteries because it would freak me out every time it went off. I'd mail it to you. I would make a mullet. I would make a mullet out of the fish, I promise. I'll have to find a place to put it. Oh my goodness. You guys get me going crazy. I don't know where Emmy Jo is. I don't know. She's around here somewhere, hopefully. The past says he needs a giant mullet for his furry truck. Oh my goodness. You are so hilarious. All of you guys are hilarious. Unnamed True Crime Channel says, oh shit. CP does have a mullet. I just went and looked. You can see it too, like you can't see his luscious mullet. I'm blocking the mullet block. That's what you get, Chris. For being a butt. All right, guys, I'm gonna show this next clip really quick here. And we're on number 12.
VW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was, kind of everybody.
Right. Scary. That was very sad.
So.
Okay.
I just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Chris Proudfoot? Absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Well, can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link. If he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone. Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh, I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Since Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather
Heather is the
communicated.
only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
Okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again...
So let me help y'all with something. Okay. Y'all said some shit that's really... it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why
anybody
my parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh, no, it's out there, trust me, because I have
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now, I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a good...
And by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him. But it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me... And please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay? Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, They're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation. That I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
it is
your
not
problem with thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. It causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not you. I'm saying the public.
Okay. So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but Absolutely. I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head. You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet. Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it and passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best. For the record, I think what folks need to understand, because y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately, we can't.
There's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good well, you got a question about
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
phone. They take him somewhere to like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer
questions. I'm not saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you had. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, this statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
and you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop. People are talking over each other. Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worshams and him getting.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement? This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not gonna have a powwow like that, but I
well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. And in turn, dispelling these things will take some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Wow, he was fired up. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to say hi to Tina Girl and KJ Mack. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Trooper's mom says Sebastian only had cognitive issues with UCP. If any child is a nervous wreck, they will have many issues. I agree with that 100%. Trooper's mom, 100%. Star says, did he take a TBI test? I don't think so. I mean, it passed with flying colors. I don't know. Lori. Bev, he sure didn't act like that to Nancy. No, he didn't. It's pervy info. MCE. Dude is lying, the path says. Gracie says he told Nancy that he never took a polygraph after the interview. Exactly. I know. He's just a liar. And he's still using the term pervy. You'd think after all the teasing he would make a conscious effort. I'm just saying. I know. I'm gonna sit down. Merge says I don't believe a word this man says. Me neither, Merge. Christopher Bok, you lying. The path. Meow, liar, pants on fire. Exactly. Tina Girl said, dude is always lying. His lips are moving. He's lying. Absolutely. Trooper's mom says, CP, you're the one with anger issues. Absolutely. God. Detroit Rock City, he brings up bowel movement issues. Sick effer. He's the reason, in my opinion. Exactly. No, completely. And, it made me laugh when, well, for one, it was like Chloe was like, we're not going to have a powwow like that. And then he was like freaking out. What do you mean you don't want to get Bobby and Carter? And she's like, I didn't say that. I'm talking about your tone, your anger, your craziness. It's like bowel movement, of the mouth. Jeez. And KJ Max says, according to CP, is that LE spends their time telling them what they can and can't say. Yes, a PR agency instead of LE by Chris's definition. Exactly. He says that all the time throughout this whole time that LE's telling him things like, you can't tell, we can't say this because they said that we can't tell, the whole entire time. And we're about to find out that is not the case. And obviously we know that too, because we have rights. You know, we do, as American citizens, we have the right not to, law enforcement can't tell us that we can't talk. It's not illegal to say things, right? Anything. And then also they don't give legal advice ever. CP said that he's listened to law enforcement from day one. He also states that, he also states that whenever he passed the polygraph, that they asked him if he could tell Seth. He tells Seth because the police think it'll help keep Seth's rhetoric down, which I don't believe that either for a second. Not even for one little second. Makes me so bleh. Poppy says, me too. Star says, I hate when I can't detect sarcasm. Chloe to the rescue, and she works for Seth. Scranton Strangler says that makes no sense, and in my opinion, he's lying. If he took and passed the poly, why would that hinder the investigation? I know, exactly. It wouldn't. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Call my mommy, Seth. Bev, don't talk about my mummy. Merge says he has a bowel movement issue. KJ Max says, oh, he's mad about proof of life request. Yes, I picked up on that too. He went like ballistic there for a minute. I was like, oh my gosh, this is why. He comes on, you guys. He comes on, and they're talking about, because they were talking about Melissa and how the whole family was involved with taking Faith. And then they were also talking about the Alaska trip. So he comes on guns a-blazing, and he said, you guys are sick and disgusting. Let me help you out. He said, let me smash this real quick. And then he was like, it's real simple, crystal clear. I got terabytes of Seth and everybody else saying vile stuff. We have terabytes of him saying vile stuff. He said his parents were only in Alaska. His mom and stepdad were only in Alaska for 2 weeks. And then Trisha's cat is going ballistic in the background. Like, her cat either wants out of the house or she wants to be away from Chris, because the minute that he pops on panel, that cat goes just absolutely bonkers. Let's see. Yeah, said he passed with flying colors. And then he also said that, law enforcement said he can't say. Oh, and then Seth comes on and he just asked him a question, like a straightforward question. Did your parents, send Sebastian to a boot camp? Because that's a rumor and I just want to squash it. And he goes crazy. Minnie says, cash me outside. Gracie, a DA, was there because it's a criminal investigation. Amen. Exactly. The path of this dude. Tina, Monday morning, Chris, Monday morning, not Sunday night. God, he is like, whoo. And that was just like one little part. You know what I mean? It's just so much. It's so much. It was normal till Chris shows up, basically. And then it's like, oh, you guys are all causing the drama. It's like, no, you are the drama. When you come in, it's a circus. And Island says, I really want to know who the sheriff he called instead of 911. I would like to know too, because he did call the sheriff's office. So I would like to know who he spoke with. Scranton Strangler says Gracie's, and that was very, very early in the investigation. Absolutely. Poppy says yes, he is the reason for Sebastian having any issues while with CP, because he wasn't with Seth. I agree, Poppy. Yes, and Detroit Rock City. KJ Max says, is there a rumor or isn't there? CP confused. The path says, stop, I'm out of control. Trooper's mom says, can you imagine how he treated Sebastian with that mouth? Oh, I know it. That is a great point. I know. Exactly. Gracie says Island Sumner County Sheriff's Office because 911 does not serve their area. Holly yes. Troopers. Thank you. And it's maddening because Sebastian had to live with that guy. He had to listen to that crap, and God only knows what little tiny thing would set him off, or something earlier in the day probably triggered him and he came home just in a rage, just a real asshat. And Merge said, I can't stand bossy people. I know. It's just too much. He's controlling, bossy, and he's a psycho. I'm sorry. Allegedly, in my opinion, he's psychopathic. And Tina says, how about let's have a powwow now, Chris? Exactly. Hey, Nana's Dragonfly, good to see you. Carter doesn't have your back, CP. No, he does not. No, he does not. He's always more upset for himself than Sebastian. The path, 100%. Tina, he's big mad. Bev, oh, it's definitely different with Carter now. Oh, yes. Oh, hey, Reality Wins. Good to see you. Oh, CP is unhinged. Oh, yeah. He's in full swing tonight. He was, well, it was back in April, but whew. Detroit Rock City says he says, I want to talk to you and Katie. He talks right over it and never says anything about him talking to Katie. That's right. Totally dodged that bullet. POS. I know. Isn't that terrible? And it's like, I don't know. Chris was being such a dictator. I took that one from Jesse because we're about to watch his clips. But he is. And then what does he do? Seth is trying to be so calm and rational with him, and then he just turns around and just completely acts like an ass. And then he's like, I don't know why everybody's mad at me. I'm like, because you act like that. MCE says CP does not like Seth at all, or it wouldn't have gotten this aggressive he wouldn't have been this aggressive to him, in her opinion. Absolutely. And the weird thing is like, even after this, that call that got leaked from the lab, or Josh over at the lab leaked the call over about the Chloe PI and Heather interview, interaction over the phone, and he was threatening Seth, he was threatening Chloe, he was being disgusting about Chloe. Like, it was so nasty, and it was after this interview. And yeah. Island says, I thought he called a friend who was a sheriff. I mean, I think that he definitely has connections at the sheriff's office. Scranton Strangler said, I bet there was a spit over the phone. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know. All over. Gosh, he was just going wild, right? Just going wild. He called a friend he knew that works at the sheriff's department because the sheriff's office was, let's see. Nancy is national television. He tried to behave himself. Amen, Grace. He sure did. He knows when to act right. Katie acted right too on that one. She looked like she saw a ghost. Can you imagine him in prison? Oh my God, no. He's going to have to use that mullet to his advantage, guys. That's all I got to say. That's right, Gracie. You know what? His sister did work for the sheriff's office. And now I don't know if it was at that time, but definitely before. I'm not sure. Was it at that time? He won't make it in prison. No, he won't, meow. He sure won't. KJ Mack says, Gracie, yes, you could see the energy it took for him to behave. Oh yeah, definitely. Christopher says, is law enforcement watching any of them? Because if so, something was wrong with someone's polygraph test. If no, yeah, then exactly. Gracie says, don't they still have a 24-hour number, the sheriff's office? I would think so. And Poppy says he called a friend because the sheriff's department wasn't open yet. He could have called 911 and chose to call a friend instead. Yeah, see, that's maddening to me. In prison with that mullet, perfect. I So Holly says, I wonder what his excuse will be for not going to Nancy Grace with Seth goes on and this week. Yeah, really, exactly, Holly. He can't use law enforcement at this time as any excuse. Exactly. And they called them out and said they want to do a group poly on there, and that I don't think that'll ever happen. I would again shit myself if that happened. And Gracie said, sure, there are, Christopher, I believe they are building a case. They only get one chance. The DA has to get the warrant to stick. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And a jury to convict and everything. Yeah, we need to make sure. Absolutely. Yes, go subscribe to Gracie's channel, guys. Go over there. KJ Max says, early on, he wanted us to think he was helping Ellie manage Seth's behavior. Exactly. And he always wanted us to think that Ellie was talking to them behind the scenes. And that's what's crazy. Like, I don't understand that one bit. Like, how they're, I don't know. How he expected us to believe that is beyond me. It really is. It really is. Holly has CP has never been back in court TV, but Seth has. Absolutely, Gracie. That is 100% true. That is. Seth is going back on this week, supposedly. Yes, Holly. I'm so glad too. I can't wait to see it. Detroit Rock City says he also carries his carjacker badge in his front pocket. Terror. Stars as terror bites? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. A country western song, My Mama and My Truck, Nana. Later on this week. Oh, that's hilarious. Christopher, Gracie, I agree also, if law enforcement is watching them, then someone has been caught with inconsistencies in their answers. They'd have to be. Christopher, yeah, that's a great point. They would have to be. Bev says, I hate to think of poor Sebastian cowering to that anger. Oh, I know. Oh, my goodness. Trooper's mom says, yes, he also insinuated that he moved Seth to Tennessee, got him a job, and CP is delusional. Yes, I took that part out because I was like, oh, hell no. I wanted to do like a motivational speaker thing, like Mr. Chris, was a motivational speaker, but I couldn't because the Saturday Night Live copyrights all their stuff, so... Her cat wants to rip his face off, Detroit Rock City. Cratico, sure. Merge, yes. Poor Sebastian had listened to that crap every day. Oh, I know. And get his picture taken, and I'm going to send you the picture of, Sebastian eating and all of this nonsense. He should be careful putting himself there. I believe he's a son or missing. Oh. Yeah, it's just awful. The cat would tell. Psychological liar, full-blown narcissist. Absolutely, Trooper's mom. CP wants to control everything else because he is unable to control himself. Amen. Amen. The path. Holly says, I guess he overestimated his friendship with Bobby and Carter. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. With that, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip.
This was January 10th, 2025 at 8:14 in the morning to Brandon Carter. Brandon Carter. She is a local person that sent this to Mr. Brandon Carter, who is obviously on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case. Y'all ready for this? Good morning, Mr. Carter. I have a question regarding some statements that have been made. Edgar P. Foote, Seth Rogers, and Edgar P. Foote has stated numerous times that, quote, law enforcement instructed him not to release the exact dates that he, Chris, was last at the Proudfoot's home prior to Sebastian going missing. Can you confirm if this is true or not? It is true. Is it true that law enforcement is telling Edgar that he is not allowed to give those exact dates? Side note, Side note, I would like to tell you there is nothing that, like I said before, that they would tell him to not give exact dates whenever he went missing during the night. Such a doofus. But second of all, they have never told Seth to not give any exact dates either. Yes, this is Bobby and Carter. Yes, who Edgar talks about. Christopher, that he is not allowed to get. Have you as law enforcement instructed Christopher that he is not allowed to give those exact dates? It doesn't make sense that law enforcement would say that, in my opinion. Yet Seth can give very specific information without stating that law enforcement told him he is unable to discuss his whereabouts. So are you guys telling Edgar he cannot talk about all of those things? Or is he just blaming law enforcement? It's a fair question, and I appreciate it if you would answer to clarify. Thank you. Okay, so he replies here one time. Mr. Carter, January 10th, 2025. We can't tell anybody not to say anything. We can't tell anybody not to say anything. Are you ready for this, Edgar? We can't tell anybody not to say anything. We can't tell anybody not to say anything.
FBI, open up!
This is why we're on the right side of history, cool cats and kittens.
FBI, open up!
How you doing? Yes, louder for Edgar in the back. How about this? Yes, ma'am. He is running out of excuses. Yes. That's exactly right, Priscilla. Law enforcement cannot tell you what to say. You are a free human being under the United States Constitution, unless you are deemed and convicted and tried and convicted, rather, as a criminal. So I just want to say, we can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
FBI, open up!
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
I had to play that. I had to play Justin. That was so hilarious. So, Bobby and Carter, he says who Edgar talks about. They can't tell anybody anything. This is his, what he's saying directly from his email to this person, the citizen that inquired. And he says, quote, I can't tell anybody not to say anything, end quote. And then Justin, of course, how you doing? How you doing? It was hilarious. And then he also states that it is an ongoing criminal investigation and that he himself, Carter, who Edgar talks about, is the only one, or this is the only case that he works. So he has been working this, and it is the only case that he works every day. So he comes in, he works Sebastian's case, which is really nice to hear. I'm really glad to hear that. I thought that was great news, and I love the horn and everything. It was fantastic. Reality wins. This is a criminal investigation. Bam. That's what I'm talking about. I'm so sick and tired of it. You know, we all are. The past says I freaking love Justin. Bev says I think that I think they did not want to call the call to be recorded. I agree, Bev. That's why they did that. Absolutely. Gracie says FBI, open up. Oh, they're banging on the door there. Trooper's mom, I love me some Justin. Chief says I'm gonna have everything on. Oh, good, Chief. Yeah. Get all your information. That's I need an extra phone. I don't have enough storage is always my problem. Gracie says boo. Poppy Love says we live out of city limits in Hendersonville, and my husband was a first responder, and you'd call 911, not the sheriff. Absolutely. That was one of the first red flags. Yes, I agree, Poppy. I agree 100%. How you doing? Reality wins. Open up, FBI, open up. We all are not that stupid. Detroit Rock City says the writing is clearly on the wall. Hopefully a jail cell wall coming soon. Oh, that was a good one. Gracie says, well, though, there we have it, folks, at Poppy Love. Target, or, yeah, target. Trooper's mom says, in my opinion, CP and KP had already lawyered up to say such things. Then they went silent. Yeah, you know, that's a very strong possibility, Trooper's mom. Yeah, I can see that. Star says, Poppy, love that scream. I know. Me some buddies in Ellie. Oh, that also screams cover up. Absolutely, it does. Yes, it does, Gracie. Detroit Rock City, Justin is the bomb diggity. Yes, he is. Oh my gosh, he cracks me up. Lori sure does. KJ Mack, I hope the next powwow with Bobby and Carter involves shiny new bracelets with Miranda. That was a good one. The path says if Katie did something and he just helped after the fact, he would have cracked by now. Yeah, and saved his own ass. I believe the same thing. I think so too, Path. I do. I really do. Gracie's Gavel says, yes, go Chief, and please get a VPN too. Absolutely. Yes, those VPNs are worth it. Janet says, so many red flags from day one. Sebastian did not walk out that door. I agree. No, he didn't, Janet. Gracie says, yes, and welcome in, Janet. It's good to see you. Janet says, just sending hugs and lots of love to you, all of you. God bless you all. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Janet. And Gracie says, huge hugs back, Janet. Thank you. And Reality Win says, did y'all hear Hong's new song, War Damn Eagle Has It? It's so good. No, okay, I started listening to it, and then I was pulling double duty. I was like uploading clips, and then I was listening on my other phone just to some new little tidbits I was trying to catch on to, but I didn't hear the whole entire song, but I did click on her video. Trooper's mom says, as Justin would say, boom, mother chickens. Yes, he would. Detroit Rock City says, ask CP's mama. Maybe she'll send you a burner phone. Oh my gosh, I'd be afraid to talk to her. She scares me. She's scary. I don't know. I don't want to be friends. Okay, so we're on this second one with Justin.
Guys,
here we go.
It's coming. Lord help us. Edgar, why you always lying? Law enforcement said I can't give exact dates. Everything, Edgar, that you have said, law enforcement said I can't give exact dates. Bullshit. So there's that. Again, the lady asked who is local. We can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day. Now, let's think about this, y'all. There's no evidence that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers walked out of that house at all on his own. So, Edgar, go ahead and divulge that information, if you will. Go ahead and divulge it, Edgar. Come on. So, Mr. Carter says this. Well, thank you. That tells me a lot, this person replies. It feels good to know that there is someone whose only focus is on one case. I don't believe Chris has a solid alibi. That's something he doesn't like to discuss. So that tells me a lot. I'm trying to stay positive and think that you guys have a good idea of exactly what happened, but you need time and a little more evidence to build a solid case. So the charges stick because I know you only get one shot at this and it needs to be done right. I'm rooting for you. You got this. Thank you so much for working so hard on this case. And I do believe Mr. Carter has this. I absolutely do believe Mr. Carter has this. I really do. I know that they are working very hard on this case. I know we want it sooner, always. Detective Carter and them are doing all they can. But let's see what Mr. Carter says next. Due to the need to protect the integrity of this case, we're unable to discuss specific details. That said, in this situation, I would ask, what do you think makes the most sense? What in this do you think makes the most sense?
FBI, open up!
What do you think makes the most sense? That this is a criminal investigation, right? Edgar can say anything he wants. Hello, Tony. Have you been listening in the bushes? We got a little email from Mr. Carter. So Mr. Carter writes back. Due to the need to protect the integrity of the case, we're unable to discuss specific details. That said, in this situation, I would ask, what do you think makes the most sense? Detective Brandon Carter, Sumner County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, guys, so that one was pretty action-packed too. So LE never said that he can't give exact dates or details or anything. They didn't tell him what to say whatsoever, according to what Brandon Carter has to say. And he is the TBI agent who has been working this case from day one, it sounds like, or very early on into the investigation until present day. And he says that well, Justin says that there's no proof that he walked out. I agree. Here we are. We listened to an interview with, Chris and Chloe PI, and that was from April 27th, 2024, 62 days in. Here we are almost a year in, and I don't think he walked out. Edgar... Justin says, Edgar, go ahead. Okay, I'm going to say it without laughing. Edgar, go ahead and divulge it. Edgar, divulge it, right? And so, yes, I think he needs to divulge some information, especially all the stuff that he said that he couldn't answer before. I think he needs to divulge that information. I really do. The citizen feels better, and when the citizen goes ahead and writes back to Carter, she cheers him on, like, go Carter, go. I'm so glad you're working on Sebastian's case. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Totally cheering him on, right? And then Justin says he has faith, in Carter, and saying that they're doing all they can. And I do have to say some faith was restored in the TBI today. Hearing this, it really was. So Mr. Carter says back, to protect the integrity of the investigation, we can't go into specific details, obviously. But in this situation, what do you think makes the most sense? And a question mark. So he was asking the citizen what they think. And so then Tony pops in, and Justin says, got a little email from Mr. Carter here that we're going over, Tony. And so that was hilarious. Janet says, what happened in the yard 3 a.m. Next day, Sebastian went poof. CP, the world would poof would prove you wrong. Sebastian will be found. We pray. We have faith. God is love and all about the truth. That is absolutely true. Gracie's Gavel says, Christopher, it was stated by a neighbor live that CP was home that weekend, that Sebastian was missing. He parked at a construction site. Why? Because CPS told him he couldn't be at the house. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Reality Win says, what makes the most sense? Read between the lines, I say. Absolutely. And the funny thing is, not funny, haha, but like the, odd or bizarre thing is that he's basically been telling everybody that, we're not cleared, but we're not suspects and everything. It sounds like they definitely are looking at the feet. I mean, to me, when, if a lead detective in a criminal investigation asked me that question, I think that it would allude to enough for me, but that's just, just my opinion. So Christopher, the stepdad, when did he return home? He supposedly returned, according to him, it was Monday, February 26th, 2024, at around 1:30 in the afternoon, coming home from Memphis, his job site at the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Detroit Rhapsody said Terry Lynn had him all sorts of messed up. I love her. I know, exactly. Exactly, Detroit Rhapsody. I love her too. Yeah. And he was being also, yeah. Gracie says, Krista. Oh, okay. I read this one. Correct, Bev. Oh, thank you for the green hearts, guys, and prayer hands. Yes, Sebastian's army. That's right. Sebastian's army is Sebastian Strong. Reality wins. And Detroit Rhapsody says, can't wait for the Mob and Jennifer's. Yeah, Coffin Doffers live. Me too. Yeah, that's going to be a killer collaboration. I believe it. It's going to be so good. Yes. Christopher, Terry Lynn was in Sebastian's neighborhood and a neighbor spoke with her and it was live. Yep. Yeah. Yes, they sure did. They spoke. Poppy Love says, Gracie's Gavel, right. I heard he parked over by the construction site thinking he wouldn't be noticed being at the house. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And Holly S says, I heard he's in an apartment, not sure where KK is. Yeah, not sure either, Holly. Otherwise, I'd let you guys know if I knew. If you guys find out, email me. No. Christopher says because I do try to put stuff up. Like I won't really, I will speculate on it and like let you guys know that. But if I have receipts, I would show it to you, right? Because that way you can see it all. And it's not like you're wondering like, where did Lady Freedom get this from? She pull it out of her ass or what's going on, So I do try to show you guys, if I present something to you, I try to show you a receipt with it. So Christopher says, has anyone checked the construction site then? Yeah, supposedly they did. I know the dogs hit around the construction site or were taken by the construction site. It's really cloudy though. But yeah, they supposedly did, and then also like the dumpsters, because they had those great big dumpsters that they were throwing everything in, from the construction. So yeah. Star says Holly has heard the same thing, but I'm waiting to see. Yes, exactly. And Gracie says, Poppy love facts. And Star says, Christopher, we were discussing this last night. Chief is a concrete expert. Yes, yes. Yeah, we were discussing the concrete last night because they were reading a Facebook post that Chris had posted. Ugh, it's like he's the one that gets himself in trouble. Christopher says, "Well, sounds like it's time for all these groups to get together and start using ground penetrating radar." Yeah, we were talking about the ground penetrating radar as well. Yes, yes. Gracie heard that too, Holly. All right, guys, let's go back to Justin. He is so funny. All right, here we go.
So in this chain of emails, Mr. Carter said this is 100% a criminal investigation. He is the only one, this is the only case he works every day, right? That Edgar can say anything he wants, that law enforcement does actually not dictate, Edgar, because you're a dick and you look like a tater. You're a dictator. Mr. Carter also asked to said person, what do you think makes the most sense? These are the things we know, right? We know that Sebastian did not walk out. Thank you, V. Oakley. We needed a dictator in here. Thank you so much. How you doing? Thank you so much for the dictators, y'all. We know that Sebastian did not walk out by himself. He did not. We would have seen it on camera. We know that the parents have not spoken in over 6 months. We know that the real questions that would tell us a lot, Edgar has always said that he couldn't tell us due to law enforcement has dictated him that he couldn't say. And I have said since day one, there is no way, Edgar, and this is why I have always stayed on this, because this is so important in this case. Seth can tell us where he was. We know where Katie was, and we know where Sebastian was. We know where they were. And this Edgar, who says, I am innocent here. They know where I was. But then he says, I can't give specific dates. Can't give specific dates. And like I've always said, they want to know about Sunday afternoon, because I've told you at a specific place. They came back a couple days later. They didn't originally take anything from this person's home, right? And then they go back a day or so, and then they look at each other, and then they take some footage. But Edgar, He doesn't want to mention anything about Sunday afternoon. Wonder why. Wonder why. Wonder why. Now, if you're 3.5 hours away, I would be throwing you receipts to show you where the I was. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you be showing people? Wouldn't you? Guys, stop talking about me. Let me show you where I was. Let's move the hell on. Let's get this on. Because a lot of us creators put a lot of energy, time in this case.
Amen, Justin. I would say it. I definitely would.
Not only can I would be honored to. Tony Mathis, you're welcome. My source, I have redacted said person's name for their privacy. Good morning, Mr. Carter. This was January 10th, 6 days ago at 8:14 precisely in the morning. Good morning, Mr. Carter. I have a question regarding statements that have been made by Mr. Edgar Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. Edgar has stated numerous times that, quote, LE has instructed him not to release the exact dates that he, Chris, was last at the Proudfoot's home prior to Sebastian gone missing, end quote. Can you confirm if this is true or not? Is it true that LE is telling Edgar that he is not allowed to give those dates? It doesn't make sense that LE would say that, in my opinion. Yet Seth can give very specific information without stating that law enforcement told him, give specific information without stating that law enforcement told him he is unable to discuss about his whereabouts. So are you guys telling Chris he cannot talk about all of these things, or is he just blaming law enforcement? It's a fair question, and I appreciate it I appreciate it if you to answer to clarify. Thank you. He replies, this is what Detective Brandon Carter said, okay? We can't tell anybody not to say anything. We can't tell anybody not to say anything. Okay? We can't tell anybody not to say anything. How about that? How about that? Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay. Watch me whip. Now watch me nay. How you doing? Okay? We can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. This is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day. Detective Brandon Carter. Said person replies, well, thank you. That tells me a lot. It feels good to know that there is someone who only focuses, that their only focus is this one case. I don't believe Edgar has a solid alibi. Neither do I. Otherwise, I think he would have shoved those dates on the screen a long time ago. Anyway, that's something he doesn't like to discuss. I wonder why. So that tells me a lot. I'm trying to stay positive and think that you guys have a good idea of exactly what happened, but you need time and a little more evidence to build a solid case so the charges stick, because I know you only get one shot at this and it needs to be done right. I'm rooting for you. You've got this. Thank you so much for working so hard on the case. Ed, sorry, not Edgar, not at all. Mr. Carter replies, due to the need to protect the integrity of the case, we're unable to discuss specific details, pardon me. That said, in this situation, I would ask. That said, in this situation, I would ask, what do you think makes the most sense?
Okay, guys, I was reading your comments. You guys are hilarious. So, chain of emails, 100% criminal investigation. Now, these were emails from January 10th, 2024, around 8:15 a.m. So in the morning. I was laughing so hard when he did the dictator, and then people were putting eggplants and potatoes in the in the chat. That was funny. KP silent, and she has been silent since May. And then Seth, he can tell us where he is. KP can tell us where she was. We know where Sebastian was in the house, allegedly. But what about Chris? He does not have a solid alibi. So he won't give any dates because he said that law enforcement told him not to. Again, where was Edgar Sunday afternoon, right? And then also we need receipts, and he's not presenting any. I would definitely be presenting receipts if I was out of town, if I had nothing to do with it. If people were accusing me and I had that type of receipt to give, I would definitely be giving it, because obviously they're giving him a lot of hell for it, but why not? I agree, Detroit Rock City. If he'd have hit my kid with the belt, he'd be wearing a necklace and his balls for earrings. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. Bev says, yes, I think she didn't want to give up the lifestyle, but all she had to do was let Seth raise him, not dispose of him, in my opinion. I agree. Merge says, I mean, can someone with autism survive with no meds? Yeah, they can. They can. It's therapies and things like that, but it's part of their routine, so it is going to be difficult for them, especially because some of the medications that Sebastian was taking, specifically like his ADHD medicine and things like that, his sleeping medication, you can't just stop taking that stuff. I mean, you can, but it's really hard on your body and it's not recommended. You actually got to wean off of that kind of stuff. Gracie says she should have been a mother and she should have protected her child at all costs. I agree 100%, Gracie. Yes, yes. And that, yes, he did. He did ABUSC all of his wives. Edgar is controlling man, and I feel that he has her fearing not to speak a word. I don't have sympathy for her. I just feel like she may talk if she could get away from his grip. I believe that too. All four of them, yes. Alia says, I don't have any sympathy for her because she knew what she was getting into, because she participated with what happened to Nina. Absolutely. If they're going to do it to somebody that they were supposedly loved and married and had a child with, they're going to do it. They'll do it again. They really, absolutely. That is a great point. Because I know that we all like to think that we can change people. And, I understand that a lot of women, and I was the same way, try to think that you can fix them or try to help them or love them through it, things like that. It's just, unfortunately, it's not the case like that, so it's Christopher says, Merge, good question. I don't think they can control themselves without medication, mood swings, and strength wise. Yeah, I mean, mostly autism is treated with therapies, but when it came to like his combined type ADHD, which Katie said he was diagnosed with, and then also he was having trouble sleeping because sometimes he would get overstimulated and things like that. Another thing is him not being in his routine in his regular environment. That would be super hard on him. So, you know, that's really the main thing, you know. Yes, hurry back, sweet Lori. How many of CP's wives already had children? I'm not sure how many of them had children. I know Nina did have the two, KJ Mack. And Gracie says, Bev, Seth was waiting on the schooling program to accept him. I agree with you. So much could have been done versus what might have been done. Absolutely, Gracie. Yes, it's just terrible to think. Janet says, one CPS red flag, but there is 5 CPS. Absolutely. And all the lies, right? Because there's so many lies. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And 2 more CPS in other states. Good point, Gracie. Yes, absolutely. The path, I was thinking about how the niece had been doing. She must be so upset since he saw her that weekend. Oh, that is such a great point. Yeah, very scary for a child to experience that kind of loss. Absolutely. And for Faith as well. And even, you know, think about how Nina's children felt whenever Faith had to go over there and be out of state and things like that. That's so traumatizing. Absolutely. It's so sad that these kids are, and then also Sebastian's friend, Lori's son, who supposedly was Sebastian's friend, you know, but then they're saying he had no friends. So yes, very interesting. Hey Lalo, good to see you. Or Lolo, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, it's a great point, Path. It is. All right, guys, I have 2 more clips for you.
What do you think makes the most sense? Well, Mr. Carter, I thought you'd never ask. I think what makes the most sense is that there is 2 people lying to us about where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is. That's what I think. When someone doesn't want to tell you specific dates and times, take fucking notice. Always. Take notice, Mr. Sisters. Take notice. There's only one reason and one reason only why someone doesn't want to tell you where they was at a specific place and a specific time. One reason and one reason only. So, like tooth, right? So we know that this is 1,000% a criminal investigation. In fact, I would refer you back to Nick Barris on March 4th, 2024, when he says law enforcement is saying it's an investigation. I'm here to tell you 100% it is a criminal investigation. Now, I believe law enforcement has a hell of a lot more. I really do. Because what is another lie for 500, Alex?
FBI, open up!
Survey says you win $500. There you go. It's something, and no matter what any of us say out here, I just want you guys to remember this. No matter what any of us have to say out here, the only thing matters at the end of the day is what law enforcement is doing. And people will say, you don't know how someone acts. Everyone is differently. Everyone's different. You're exactly right. But we do know what is average, what is common, and the behavior that they have, how they have behaved the entire time. With their lack of answering specific questions, the lack of saying that nothing to see here with the 3 a.m. flashlights. I can tell you, those flashlights are going to be important. It's going to be important. And then they say nothing to see here. Law enforcement has looked over that so many times, I can't even tell you, is what they say. We wished it was a flashlight. It's not. Their body language says something totally different. Their body language say something totally different. Yes, they wouldn't be caught dead in, Myrtle Beach or, bike shops or 3.5 hours away. That's exactly what they would not be doing. They would still be doing interviews. It's clear as day now. It really is. It's clear as day. Or as Edgar Steen says, crystal clear. It's hard for people to think oh, well, why is this happening? But I don't think that their family has any influence on the way this case is going. I really don't. Instead of posting about his missing son, Edgar was busy posting cryptic post on his Facebook page. This was posted March 11th. Hashtag Sebastian Rogers. I don't think this could be said any other way better. A man's cry for help. He may not cry for help, but if you listen to the music he plays, how fast he drives, and how hard he tries to work the pain away, you'll hear the scream of a dying man. Edgar writes. Like I said, there's things that I know about situations Edgar has been in, things he has done, that I'll be able to say one day, when I do believe there'll be an arrest after that. He is incapable, in my opinion, of really reflecting on his behavior, right? I think once he gets mad, he sees all red and it's all bets off. I'll just say this. He, in my opinion, is working for a different company now. I don't even know if he was. I think he might have. I don't even know if he was at work that morning. There's something we have, I have not been, and respectfully with everyone that has worked their ass off trying to get an answer. Thank you, Blue Dumpling. I am still not comfortable with any answer. I don't have enough solid. If he did, I believe he showed up very late. I don't know. He might have been there. I don't know. But I'm just not comfortable still. But like I've always said, nobody fires you the next day if your kid goes missing. Well, I'll tell you this. He never went back to that job site. I know that. I think he lives kind of a secret life in some aspects. This is been public. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I said, there's things that I could tell you that I will one day. Just not the time now. Yes. Yes. But there's more serial than just cheating, in my opinion. Mohawk. Because I am never, ever taking up for someone who is actively not even helping with their own child's case, which, in my opinion, tells me a hell of a lot. Anyway, shall we go on? Edgar's clutching his pearls. He's going to be clutching more than that. I'll tell you that pretty soon. Clank, clank.
Clink, clink. Yeah. So Justin got emotional there for a little bit there, guys. I kind of cut that last piece and just put it at the end there because I couldn't leave it out. Because he starts talking about Edgar. He really gets emotional when he says that Edgar sees red and all bets are off. And I feel that. I agree 100%. I guess he says serial. Well, one of the viewers says serial cheater about Chris Proudfoot. I believe that's true. Justin says he lives a secret life in some aspects. Um, he's definitely working for a different company than St. Jude, and then Justin confirms that he never did go back to that job site or that same crew, and he didn't work for St. Jude anymore after Sebastian went missing. He's not sure if he was even at work that morning or if he showed up late, but he's very uncomfortable about that whole situation. I agree. I am too. And he also says that nobody's going to fire you when you just, lost your kid. Your kid just ran away. Your kid just went missing. Your kid was abducted. None of that. Nobody's going to fire you for that. And I agree. I just wanted to say good night to Bev and Meow. Thank you all for being here. And then I want to say hello to Susan and hey, Jude. Nice to see you guys. So in the beginning, Justin's talking about how Edgar won't give any specifics. He said when people do that, take notice. He said if they don't want to tell you where they were at a specific date and time, that is definitely something to take notice of. And there's only one reason for that. And I agree 100%. I feel like if you know, you don't want to tell that information. That is a huge red flag. And I think that that is another reason why nobody trusts what Chris has to say, because we all can see those red flags very clear. It's crystal clear. He says also their body language, you know, it's to the contrary of what they're saying, even though they were saying that the flashlight video was nothing, even though they were saying, you know, we're not suspects, we're cleared, blah blah blah. Their body language is what says the most, and it's something to definitely look at. And it's speaking to the contrary. It's totally different. And also, he speaks about how these parents are going to a bike shop, you know, and this was after, excuse me, it was during the vigil, and after he went to the vigil, Chris went there asking for Seth to work together with him and Katie. Katie did not show up, and then they were pictured later at a bike shop looking at Harleys. They were wearing Sebastian's t-shirt, missing t-shirt though. Weird, folks. They're just weird. And Justin says that CP's family has no influence on how the case is going, but I do believe that they had some influence and some unconscious or conscious bias in the beginning, because I think they did take their word for it a lot. And then I also think, you know, walking in, even just say they didn't know them at all, or there was no connections or anything, just say that if you walk into someone's house and it's really nice and they have nice things and they're both in the Navy and things like that, that could create unconscious bias in any situation. I just wish they would have kind of recognized things a little sooner, and I think they should have treated the home like a crime scene from day one. If they would have done that, I think it would have been better, and they would have gotten more information. Also, they needed to be searching every possibility, like the camper. All of that stuff needed to be searched, and it was not, apparently, allegedly. Arrests are coming. I hope, you know, I hope that happens. I really do, because it needs to happen. It does. It really does. Tina says, that's my question too. Did he even show up to work that day? I know I don't know. There's not really anything that we can go off of. And also the times are weird. You know, so someone told Chloe PI apparently that Chris was at work at 5:30 that morning, on Monday morning. And then the last time that they saw him was at 8 p.m. I don't know where she received this information from, but that was what she was saying. But now I think it's a little bit different, because also we had Silvers go and do some research. A lot of people have been researching whether or not and where he is. So Tina, you're not alone on that one. Affairs, yes, Gracie. Merge, I would hate working with Mr. Bossy. Yes, exactly. I don't think anybody enjoyed working with him at all. I really don't. Christopher said there should be blueprints of that job site and at what point in the building stages they were in at that date. Yeah, absolutely. There should be. Most definitely. And Star said supposedly he did, but he never heard or seen confirmation, or we've never heard or seen confirmation. No, I have not either. Yeah. Yes. And that was my comment on Justin. Oh, Star. I know. See, I saw a lot of you guys in there. Trooper's mom says, this has been a great stream. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. You guys have been great. You guys have been making me laugh, and I really appreciate you guys. It has been amazing. Thank you, Gracie. Aw, you guys are awesome. Tina says, I wonder if he even remembers what happens after he calms down, you know. And that's the scariest part. That part, like especially when I was going through and kind of choosing out what I was going to put in here, it gave me the chills when he said that. And then also, like, Justin doesn't really get somber like that. Like, it was upsetting to me to watch him upset like that. And then also just yeah, the sea red, and then all bets are off. Like, that really hit home for me. It really did. Especially, you know, knowing that he's been around these kids, knowing he's been around all these wives. It's scary. And then the hammer thing, I mean, I can't get that out of my head. Detroit Rock City says, Star, I still dream about being late for work. I haven't worked for a long time. I dream about being short on cash drawer and messing up paperwork. Oh no, I hear that. I hear that. Oh no. Christopher, oh, hey Jude. Oh, good to see you, Survivor. Good to see you, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here. Oh, good night. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, there's another good night. Red flag. Gracie's throwing the red flag. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. All right, let's see here. Thank you for the green hearts, Lori. We sure need them after reading that. My goodness. KJ Max says he's likely had experience at hiding info electronically, blank text and email that you have to change the font, etc. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if they had, I heard something about open marriage, but I wasn't sure. But then the more I think about it, I don't think so. It seems like maybe he was just going behind Katie's back, which is unfortunate. It doesn't make it so he would hurt Sebastian just because of that, but it makes him a bad husband. And then also, it just seems like he wasn't engaged with the family life like he should have been, in my opinion. And Janet says the same words as Steven Stern, loves you puppies, love you mom. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's utterly creepy. And it's like out of a playbook for liars, Tina says, no, Chloe only talked to Chris himself. Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, I don't know about that whole thing. I didn't hear anything about that until just tonight when you guys were talking about it. Janet says, we just want him to come home. Exactly. Gracie says they make screens now where no one can see what is on your phone, even the person next to you. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's a cheater's dream. No, I'm just kidding. KJ Max says, yes, Gracie's Gavel is so awful, and they have games which are chat apps as well. With all this, I'm sure it's only improved with AI. Yeah, it's, what was really scary is like it's Snapchat and then like the Kick apps and stuff like that. Because the kids could do things on there and hide it from the parents. And then also they were a lot of those nasty Chester teachers were going after the kids on the Snapchat and stuff like that, because it would, erase it and things. It's just, ugh. I don't know. I don't really like that. I don't think it should be for young kids. I think it should be 18 and over on that app, just because, yeah, there can be a lot of questionable behavior on there. Star says, Troopers, Mom, so glad to have you. I was trying to let you know earlier. I saw you rallying in Nonsense's live while I was boredom lurking. That's so funny. KJ Mac, heck, they even have a subscription club for cheaters. They do. What is it called now? Something. Oh gosh. Josh Duggar was on it. And a bunch of people Ashley Madison, and then they decided they were going to put their professional emails in there and go in there. I'm like, no, you don't do that. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, a lot of people got caught with their pants around their ankles, so to speak, on that deal. And KJ Max said, even when the partner tries to open the game, it won't show the chat portion when you enter the wrong code. It layers. It's really bad, and I hope Ellie is savvy. Wow, that is something else. Oh my gosh. Why even be in a relationship if you're going to do that? I don't understand. Oh man. Boy, I only caught the before green team blocked. Star. Hey, Jude says, Survivor, it's always good to see you, love. Aw, that's sweet. Gracie says, I hope so too. I know the Secret Service is up electronics, but who knows about local Ellie? That's so true. Hey, Forever Nikki's mom. Good to see you, sweetheart. Sorry, it's been a rough couple weeks. Love and miss you all. Oh, we love you too, sweetie. And Hey Jude says, remember the Secret Christmas app? Yes, the calculator app. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Ah, Gracie, you're so sweet. She says, miss you more forever, Nikki's mom. So happy to see you. Oh. Kinky ads. Oh no, hey Jude. Oh no. Star says I was all like Cheaters Anonymous. Oh. Well, I remember because Josh Duggar was on it and it was like something because I was really following that case pretty heavily. So Cheaters Dream. Detroit Rock City. They're like, jackpot, no one will know. The show Cheaters, Margaret. I used to watch that all the time. Oh my gosh, I love that show. The bad thing about that show is I start watching one episode, I watch another one, another one, another one. It's just funny how they get busted and then how it transpires. It is sad though sometimes. Like I feel so bad for those people because it's embarrassing and it's ridiculous. Um, Merge says, just get a divorce for Pete's sake. Exactly, exactly. I live for the cheater show. Me too, Grace. I'd watch it all the time. They have episodes on YouTube, of course, and like I'll watch it there. And oh man, Margaret says I don't understand being married 5 times. It's a lot. I don't think I could go through that many times. Like to me, that would be like heartbreak, heartbreak, heartbreak. So yeah, no, I'm not set up for that. I can't. Trooper's mom says, oh, that was a hoot. I'm not taking her shit no more. She's definitely a creeper. I love how you guys say shit. That makes me laugh. I don't know why. It just makes me laugh really hard. And Star says, merge, yes. It feels like your relationship is broken. Just leave. Yeah. Well, and two, it's just like, why would you want to hurt somebody like that? And then why would you want to be all secretive and have all these apps? And like, I don't know. That's a lot to keep up with. That's a full-time job, if you ask me. Plus, no offense to the men out there, but one man's enough. There's kind of a thing. Same thing with a marriage, I think. Right? Kinky hearts. Like a Boston accent. The kink yards. Hey, Jude, Trooper's mom, we gotta put up a fight, right? Autocorrect. It'll make you into a detective, like it will, or a private investigator. Like if you've ever been in that situation, you have to start looking through everything and figuring out, like, obviously you got to click into every single app and then click into this and know their passwords. And KJ Max says Cheaterville was where people list affair partner. Oh, really? I never heard of Cheaterville. And was where people would list affair partners and others can find them to avoid them in the future. Don't know if it still exists. Oh, I didn't know about that. That is cool. I mean, that way you don't get involved because and even I was looking into some of those websites, and then the Crystal McCrory Jones case because there was that was found on the laptop. Her husband Tony was on those sites, and it was like Match.com, Plenty of Fish, and eHarmony. Now, eHarmony and the oh gosh, I just named them all off. Gee whiz. Either way, two of those are the paid sites. Plenty of Fish is the one that is free. And it's a meat market. Like it's because I went on there when I just got divorced and I didn't realize like what I was signing up for. So it's definitely something where you hook up and like everybody is hooking up, and then like you'll think you'll be dating somebody, but they'll still be on there. Like that's how it was bad. And so yeah, but eHarmony is a paid one, and what is the other one? Match.com is also paid. Like you can't really access people unless you pay for it. So why you would be with somebody and pay for a site like that is beyond me. Hey Jude says Chris followed kinky ads. Did anyone see the War Eagle posted? No, I didn't. I started watching it and then I had to I got distracted because I was uploading. So oh gosh, I gotta go see this now. KJ Max said I don't know what kinky ads is. Does that make me naive? No, it just makes you not pervy. It just makes you not pervy. And Star says, Trooper's mom, good for you. I was chuckling watching them huff and puff after they got fed up. Star. Kinky ads. Oh my god. Trooper's mom says, "Hey Jude, you know it." I had his Facebook page screenshot. I gotta find it. What a freak. Oh no. He is super freaky. Like, oh, he can't even go in the courtroom without like winking or grab assing with people. It's so crazy. Lori. Hey Jude says KJ Mac Kinky Ads is a hookup site for the kinky. I love the way she said that, the kinky. Oh my goodness. It's like Craigslist basically, right? Oh Lord help us all. And Detroit Rock City says Nikki's mom. Oh, I've been thinking about you and praying for your heart and healing. Oh, Detroit Rock City. My son Nikki shares the same birthday, January 11th. He just turned 36. I told him about his namesake. Oh, that was so sweet. That's so sweet. Christopher Dunlap says, put your arm around that picture and give that boy a hug for everyone. Oh, oh, he deserves it, doesn't he? He deserves so much better than this, Christopher. Thank you for that comment. And Gracie says, spelled it out for my eyes. Gee whiz. Sorry. Gracie. Kinky ads. Oh, you guys are killing me. Star says, I'm never ever going to mention the sites I visited. Well, you know what's funny is because like I didn't realize what I was naive. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. And then like some of what was it, Tinder? Like you would swipe right or left. Okay, so then I tried that one out. I was like, this is not working because like if you don't click in all their pictures, a lot of people are polyamorous on there. And so like it'll just be like the guy's picture, and then if you don't click in all the pictures and see like his wife sitting there like, hey, I'm here too. It was weird. It was bizarro land, and those are not places for people to find like an actual partner. In my opinion, my experience, I was like, this is, yeah, so I can't imagine what kinky ads is like. Because I was assuming I was going on a website like to meet someone to date. Like I didn't think I was going on there for that. Remember the old AOL yes merge? I do. I do, sadly. That's so funny. It used to be pretty cool though, because you could talk to people on there and like, it was pretty cool, but oh god, but these dating sites are the worst, the worst, the worst. Forever Nikki's mom says, thank you so much. Tell him happy belated birthday. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Remember the old dial-up tone? Oh yeah, you've got mail. You've got... And then I can just picture Chris run into the computer as fast as he could. Like, I've got kinky ads. I got mail. I got mail. Oh Lord. KJ Max says, ooh, hey Jude, I'm innocent no more. Oh, you guys. Y'all nasty. And the old AOL CDs everywhere. Oh my gosh. I saw it first. Chipper's mom says, KJ Mac, don't feel bad. I had to look it up when I saw CP was a follower. Oh my god. The chat room is crazy. The chat rooms. Oh my gosh. And God only knows who the hell we were talking to in there, who we thought we were talking to. Floppy disks. Oh, Minnie. That made me think of Chris Broadfoot's man boobs. When you said that, hey Jude, she said floppy disks. I thought Christopher Proudfoot's man boobs. Oh my gosh, Minnie, I've just been listening and judging. I'm glad, Minnie. That's great. Forever Nikki's mom says, I needed these laughs. Good. Yes. I'm so glad. That's what we got to do. We got to laugh. It's the best medicine. And it's, you guys are hilarious. I'm sorry. You guys will get me going worse than Terry Lynn's chat is the worst. You guys just get me going so bad. And I just say all the off the wall things. And oh my goodness. Mama was scared to type it in my search bar. Oh my goodness. I know, because then you put that in there and people think you're looking at kinky ads all of a sudden. The fax machine's Gracie. Merge. I could see Chris Proudfoot having his fax machine going, you got mail, you got this, all these broads just trying to get a hold of Mr. Chris over there. Oh gosh. Merge says, long time ago I had a date with a man from AOL site and ended up spending the night with Cindy from the Brady Bunch. Oh no. Merge, that's hilarious. Oh no. Pagers. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I remember when I just had to have a pager. Oh no. Mini girl, I got approached like the plane. And Minnie says, girl, I got approached like that playing Yahoo Pool. For fuck's sake. Oh my goodness. You mean beepers? Star? Oh my gosh. Crazy. KJ Mac Merge, how did that happen? Oh my goodness. Papers today, or pagers today. Oh gosh. People were thinking there might have been a pager at the Texas Roadhouse video, and I was like, I don't know. I saw a little bit of a flash, but oh my goodness. Check. Did you live happily ever after, Minnie? Check your email, please. Oh, I will. I will check it. Star says that how many know how to fix cassette tapes? Oh yes. Oh me. How many know how to make a mixtape on a cassette tape? Sitting there the whole time trying to wait for them to play the song, and then you hit the record button really fast. Like, come on. We always celebrate Nikki and Nick. Oh, from here on. Oh, you guys are so sweet. That is so sweet. That's right. Minnie says, I know how to remove scratches from CDs too. Yes. Reminds me of the Nintendo when you had to blow in there and put the alcohol swab in there and then put it back into the game system. Gracie says, yes, we will. Merge. He brought her along. We drank many Belvedere martinis, ditched him, woke up in her hotel room in the morning. That's all I remember. Merge. Minnie, we tried to be domesticated in our chats too. We can be feral. Yeah, really. Oh my goodness. We just lose it. Oh, get off the damn AOL. Oh, Nikki, so star. Detroit Rock City, my best friend tried the poly thing and it was a disaster. I know, talk about drama. I was like, oh, what have I gotten myself into? And I didn't realize it. And then I was like, oh, I guess you got to click and swipe. And then I was like, this is not for me. This is not for me. I'm a hot mess over here. Okay, so hey, the song from Hong. Okay, hold on. Oh God. All I saw was like Cluminati's head floating around in that one. Okay. I'm too jealous for Polly. Me too, Minnie. I'm super like I don't know. I don't know what that it says, but I'm just like I don't like to share when it comes to that sort of thing, you know. Star Lambert, yes, one of her chatters. Oh gosh, you guys. Jealousy is a natural emotion. I don't mind sharing, but I would have to be numero uno. Oh my goodness, Star. I wish I had known. I would have had your back. Oh, yeah. Oh, with that. Yes, I read. Tina, yes. Trooper's mom, mixtapes, Casey Kasem 100. Yes, exactly on the countdown. And you're sitting there trying to, I know they're going to play it. They always play it. And then, you're sitting there trying to video or trying to record it. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, we'll play this we will play this song by Hong. The Hong song. It's not the thong song, it's the Hong song. Okay, here we go. Or here, you guys probably want to watch. Oh my gosh, Merge, you got a hot cop, hot cop. God, that's even creepier than he ever could be. Clitus.
Tragedies are trade, cashing in on sorrow with the witches charade. We've tapped into the prophets, killing to deceive, crafting our narrative in which we believe. Away from the dark side, where we've made our bed, we've hidden Sebastian, his fate we led. With our sisters land by our side, we'll keep this facade.
Yikes. That's some really good editing, I will just say that. Because it's not easy to do that editing, sorry.
Sebastian's future locked in our night. With each passing day, the truth fades away. We've made our mark in the sinister play. Danny got and big pawns in our game. The faces to hide away. The second, they know not our deed. But in our dark world, they unknowingly feed. Twisted tale, our fate sealed. Hello,
Oh my god, that guy. Oh man. That was funny. And then also that was good editing. Like, because it's hard to get the person's face on there and like keep them going. Oh my god, you guys were cracking me up. Oh my gosh. Merge the hot cop. The hot cop. They think they're so sexy, Minnie says. That took a lot of work. It did. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, cause like to get the head to move with the body, it's weird. It's weird. It is. It is. CP won't mind the handcuffs for sure. Trooper's mom. Oh my goodness, Merge. That's wild. That is wild. Oh, I thought you said you rode with them. Yeah. Yeah. The overnight, right? That would be interesting too. Like I would think that would be the best shift to work is the overnight shift because it'd be, the most happening. Um, I feel like I'm missing some nuance in the video. I'll have to watch it on a bigger screen. Yeah, I only watched the beginning, the very, very beginning. Marge, I think we missed the part. Sorry. Gracie says, I bet you were shocked, Marge. I'm gonna go sit on my hands. Oh, you don't have to do that, Minnie. That's fine. Mischievous Minnie. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is something else. The horny cop. Oh my goodness. Christopher's is just checking. No lie, the best person I've ever dated was a stripper at Baby Dolls. Trooper's mom. You guys are hilarious. Merge, did he anything? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, this case is so crazy. So crazy, 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 crazy. Merch, did he have anything? Cough. Crazy. Detroit Rock City says Christopher mostly. Everyone is welcome. I hope you're having fun. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. We've loved having you, Christopher. You've had a lot to say. We love that. And Star says, I was too shy and insecure. Totally missed my shot to date a stripper that looked like Fabio. With a mustache. Oh my god. I can't take male strippers seriously. Like I always joke in Terry's chat that like I want like I told Terry that I want a pony that looks like Channing Channing. But you know who I'm talking about, the Magic Mike. And yeah, she told me that I'm a hooker. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't say that. But people were like, what? Lady Freedom? And I'm like, yep. I want a pony. Looks like Channing Tatum, Magic Mike. Star says I won't talk about what happened one night in the Tenderloin. Oh my goodness. Reverend Nikki's mom says Gracie call. Crazy says, yes, Minnie, we should have sealed the deal for you. Oh my goodness. Chris, Detroit having fun. Just didn't know if y'all wanted alone time or something. Oh my goodness. Minnie. Oh, you guys are so funny. CP would love that. Love to be in this chat. Yeah, he would, especially when we start talking about his luscious mullet. Minnie. Oh my goodness. Oh, Lori. Chris, Christopher Dunlap, you want you want to watch KJ Max's. Gracie Scabble says, no, we love male energy here, Christopher. Yes, we do. I just could never take the guys seriously. What was it? It was like a male review, but I was working like as a cocktail server for it. And oh my gosh, the male strippers they are way dirtier than the female ones. And it was wild. I was like, oh my gosh. I was cracking up though. Star says, oh my, too funny. How are we holding up, Christopher? And Minnie says, watch out, Christopher. Oh my gosh, you guys are so silly. You guys are silly. Women gone wild, Lori. Drop the link for Christopher. Minnie. Oh my goodness. You guys are killing me. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the live tonight. I enjoyed being with you guys. You guys are always so much fun to be around. And it was good information too. We also got to see something directly from the TBI, which I was really happy about. And I'm glad. I'm glad they have someone still working on it every day, all day, main job, for them to do that. And then also it was nice to see the citizen got a response. It was prompt. So go TBI, go Carter, let's root him on too, guys, because I think that's really important. Because I do call out things when I see them and when I think they're wrong from law enforcement. I don't have a problem doing that. I don't like to necessarily, but I will do it. But I also want to lift up law enforcement that does good, because I believe that there are a lot more than the bad. There's more good than bad. I really believe that in all aspects, and I hope for that. I really do. And Christopher says I'm a mix between Paul Walker and Eric Trump. Oh no. Aw, that's funny. Christopher says Dunlap, I look good. Or Christopher Dunlap says I look good. 100%. Oh my goodness. Leave it to me to read it wrong. Ugh. And Minnie says, as long as you can dance, I don't care. I think that's why I always say it, because I do love the way that Magic Mike dances. Like, if I saw a stripper like that, then I'd probably be like okay with it. But yeah, yeah, because he's a good dancer. He's a damn good dancer. And then he was married to a lady. I don't think they're married anymore, but she was also a dancer. And holy cow, the two of those, oh my gosh, I was like, dang, guys. Janet said, would you like to hear from? Yes, I would, from the FBI. I would love to hear from the FBI too, Janet, because but they're a lot quieter. Like, it's weird because law enforcement, well, local law enforcement was quiet, right? The sheriffs were pretty quiet, coming out just a little bit, but then TBI's been really quiet. We don't really hear a lot from them. FBI's been, whew, I mean, we haven't heard anything besides the reward, which was good that they put that out. So Star says, you can always call in ladies next live, Christopher. Star. Oh my goodness, Star, you're gonna be in trouble over here. Merge says, Star, now when I think about Fabio, I see a goose. Detroit Rock City, my sister married one of those foxy Frenchmen. I took her to the bar one night and she brought him home to meet my parents. Oh my goodness. My dad showed him his samurai sword. He left real quick. They got married. Aw, that is such a cute story. I love that. Christopher says, I'm 43. I look nothing like Proudfoot. Not if you look like Paul Walker and Donald and Eric Trump. No. Merge. I don't know. Chris was, I think he was a lot, well, we all are when we're younger, right? We're all better looking when we're younger. But in the same way, like, I think that he's not aged well. So a lot of men do age extremely well, like a Clooney or whatever, and they're very, you know, they get more distinguished, you know what I'm saying? And Chris is not Chris is not one of them. He just gets more mullety as he gets older. Um, yes, Gracie, perfect age for sure, for sure. I keep turning 40 every year, so there's that. And Trooper's mom says the sound of logging into AOL. You got mail. I just did see Chris. You guys are gonna make me do a parody of Chris getting mail from all these people. Which, I mean, it is sad. Like, I'm sure that doesn't make Katie feel, and then also it didn't make her feel good. I'm sure, like, that he was like winking at people in the courtroom. Everybody knows about that now. And then with the whole Terry Lynn, which it wasn't Terry Lynn's fault, obviously, but it was definitely Chris's fault. He's the one that's married. And Janet says, my dad always said divorce is worse than death. Oh, aw. I don't think so. I think I started living after my divorce, because I don't think I was living prior to that. I mean, I had my daughter, which is, she's the best thing I've ever done. But yeah, no, I think I started living after that because I could do more of what I wanted to do. And Star says well, that didn't include like dating websites, guys. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, it was not a good situation. Star said he just had long hair like Fabio. Fabio isn't really my type, but I couldn't think of who else to compare him to. Did he have muscles? Like, was he very muscly? Was he a muscly man? Trooper's mom, yes. It's not really butter. I can't believe it's not butter. Remember that the spread, and his hair was like all flowing in the wind. I can't even do it. My hair's crazy today. It's humid. It's humid. It's been raining today here. Star. My now bald husband loves to brag about his long hair days. Aw. Loves to brag about it. Mullet. Christopher, he's like, hell no, no mullet. No hair to yank. You guys, winner, chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, you guys are so silly. Star, what's your email? I'll send you a pic. You guys, oh my goodness. Oh, that doesn't matter. Age is just a number. It's all about how you feel. Even Richard Greer looks good. Why do you think I keep saying 40? I turned 40 again this year, guys. I turned again. Minnie, I still have a crush on Anthony Hopkins. Minnie? Oh my goodness. I didn't say naked lady. You guys are getting kinky ads in the chat ever since we started. Look at what Chris Proudfoot's perviness is just wearing off on everybody. Exactly. Christopher has a great personality. Star, dang it. Here I go. Again, ducking my tail and running. Oh my goodness. My email. Grace. Oh my goodness. You guys are killing me. Oh, Star. I'm glad you guys are having fun. I had a blast. I really did. I really did. Forever Nikki's mom. Look what you walked into over here. My goodness. Oh, if Grace can do it, I can. That's right. That's right. Merge says, I used to have a picture of Brad Pitt with long hair on my desk, and people thought it was Jesus. Oh no, that is hilarious. I'm sorry, but the Legends of the Fall Brad Pitt with the long hair is my favorite Brad Pitt. I'm just saying, even over the cowboy Brad Pitt, like in Thelma and Louise, I still love the Legends of the Fall. Oh, Jason Momoa, yes. Yes, definitely. Definitely Jason Momoa all day. And KJ Maxx is now. You all will have to share a pic here. Oh my goodness. It'd be cool if we could. Like that would be neat. I think if we could like I mean, not just post links, but like memes would be fun. I think if they would do that with Oh, Gracie says, "Oh yeah, Jason Momoa. Lady can post the pic." Oh no. I got my husband a Deadpool shirt that says, "I have issues." This woman misread it and came up and hugged him and said, "She is Jesus too." Oh my goodness. All right, Gracie, send it. Oh my goodness, you guys are killing me. I'm waiting, Christopher. Now everybody wants to make sure you're not Christopher Proudfoot. I knew you weren't. You're too nice of a person for that, and you're too funny and charming. That Chris Proudfoot. No, Just know we all talk afterwards, Christopher. You will be shared. Oh my goodness, you guys. Sam Elliott in Roadhouse. All my exes live in Texas. Oh my gosh, Sam Elliott is a good-looking guy. He really is. Gracie spit her drink out. Oh my goodness. Is Sean Connery still alive? You guys, I only met Christopher. He opened Pandora's box. Yes, yes. Scooby-Doo, where are you? My mama thought he was good looking. Minnie, I almost read it and said your mama taught you that he was good looking. Like, this is the man you want. Dang it. Not my type then. Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny. Pandora's box already opened. It sure was. Oh my gosh, you guys. All right. Well, I better get off here. It's almost 4 a.m. You guys got me cracking up. I love all of you very, very much. Thank you so much for making me laugh and for all of your good insights into the case. Just so much going on. It's just, there's almost too much going on in this case. KJMX says Star true about the time Kinky Yard came up. The kinky yard. Oh my God. I'll try to find that. I gotta try to find that. I'm sure it's floating around, but I never actually saw his kinky ads account. But I'd like to. Good night, Margaret. God bless you too, honey. Thank you. Good night, Lori. Love you. Minnie. Gracie got quiet. She must have got that email. Star KJ Mac, my mouth hurts from laughing so much. Oh my goodness, I know, right? Good night, my Lori. Aw. Nikki, I hope you're cheered up. Yes, yes, forever Nikki's mom. We love you. I'm so glad that you came in tonight. You know, don't ever feel bad, guys, if you don't come in, you know, and especially I know this is a really hard time for you right now because of everything. Because the anniversary of Nikki's passing is upon. So it's yeah, I hope we cheered you up. Exactly, Gracie. Exactly. Exactly. Because that's what we need to do, guys. We need to cheer each other up. We can't stay down. I know it's easy to do, especially with a situation like that. So, what's our host? What's my name? Just my real name is Trisha. Good night, all of you silly gooses, Star. Laughing as we go. Night, all. Good night. Oh, Forever Nikki's mom says good night. Love you all. Yes, I got some good laughs. Good. Oh, Gracie, yes. Caution dating guys with 8mm video camera on a tripod. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, we love you, Forever Nikki's mom. We do. Thank you all. I love all of you guys. You guys are all so sweet. You all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow.